All right, I think we're going to get started in just a few minutes. So if you're milling about in the back hallway, come on in. If you're standing in the back waiting for other people to have seats, go ahead and take a seat. I think you can safely do that. You can still chatter for a little bit longer. All right, let's do a 1-minute warning. We'll officially kick off here in 1 minute. Still have a few stragglers. Get in here and get a full house. All right, let's get started. Welcome, everyone, to the 2024 Interledger Summit in lovely Cape Town, South Africa. Welcome. All right, let's get one thing right out. We know it's hot. Is everyone feeling a little warm? Getting a little bit doing this? We are going to have the AC hopefully kicking on in a couple hours, so it should not be like this the rest of the day. But the morning might be a little bit spitzy, so apologies in advance. We are handing out some waters. You might have already gotten one, or you see them coming around, and hopefully that will help a little bit. I'm going to kick off pretty quickly here, but I'm your MC. My name is Chris Lawrence. I'm the Chief Program Officer here at the Interledger Foundation. You'll be hearing a little bit more from me in a minute, and I'll be hosting this stage throughout the rest of the summit. I want to take a quick 30 seconds to just do a bit of a personal reflection. I've been working on this project for almost 5 years. Some of you might remember the Grant for the Web Days. Give you a quick clap if you remember some of the Grant for the Web Days. And it is truly amazing to look out at this crowd, to see where Interledger Foundation has come in the last 4 years. And I take a lot of pride, not in my work, but in your all's work. So being up here and seeing the caliber, the diversity, the range of people that we have collected here today, but in our community at large, it's been a pretty amazing 4 years. So thank you all. With that, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. I'll have some housekeeping a little bit at the end and throughout the day. If you need anything, by the way, you can identify ILF staff with our black and white name tags as opposed to the colored name tags. Maybe I could get, if you're staff with a black and white name tag, just go ahead and stand up for us real quick. So you can see my colleagues here. We're going to be in different rooms, managing different presentations, being here for questions. Find a black and white name tag, and they should be able to answer all your questions or get you to someone who can, which is probably Anna. And with that, I'd like to invite up our Interledger Foundation's President and CEO, Briana Marbury, to kick us off.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I am so delighted to be here with you today. If you know me and where I live, it was really touch and go whether I was even going to be able to make it here today. I live in Florida, and we just got hit by a hurricane, so I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it. So I'm excited to be here. It's truly an honor and privilege to welcome all of you beautiful people to the 3rd annual Interledger Summit here in the beautiful city of Cape Town. As we come together this year, just as we have for the previous 3 years, we are reminded of the extraordinary times we're living in, seemingly on all fronts, but in the context of what brings us here today, technology, finance, and inclusivity are converging at an unprecedented pace. It is truly fitting that we come together in a place with such a rich history of resilience and innovation. For 4 years now, the Interledger Foundation has continued to evolve and expand its reach, enabling seamless payments across different networks and breaking down the barriers that once stood in the way of financial inclusion. This summit is not just a reflection of our collective progress, but also a testament to the growing global movement toward open, interoperable, and inclusive financial systems. We also throw some pretty epic dinner parties, as you all may know, tonight included. So, what have we been up to since we last came together? Well, it's been a lot. We spent a lot more time together this year, both each other and our partners such as JOPAC and PCH. We had retreats for the leadership team, work weeks for the tech team, attended a plethora of conferences, all in efforts to bring awareness to the incredible Interledger protocol. And it's starting to work. This paper from the Bank of International Settlement brought to my attention by our very own Costa Peric, who is on our board, specifically uses the concepts of ILP and even mentions it by name, although in lowercase. Interestingly enough, they didn't know of us as a foundation. So we use this as an opportunity to jumpstart conversations with the contributors of the paper and have since been engaged in ongoing discussions on how we can collaborate in the future. And this moves us in the right direction of our strategic influence component of our 5-year strategic plan, which I will talk more about tomorrow. Speaking of, our name has been in more publications than ever before, and we're starting to carve out a name for ourselves in the digital financial inclusion space, as well as we are a key element to DPI. One of our initiatives, the Dynamic Coalition of Digital Financial Inclusion, is now an official UN working group, and we have been invited to the United Nations Internet Governance Forum hosted by Saudi Arabia in December. Yesterday, we had an amazing meeting with the parliamentarians from 7 different African countries who are seated in our front row. Please give them a hand and welcome them to our amazing summit. Now, they proposed marriage to me yesterday, and I'm taking them up on that. This policy work was spearheaded by one of our esteemed ambassadors, Aidan Ferdeline. And now, please welcome my colleague, Chris Lawrence, who will talk more about our ambassadors and work with the programs team.
Hello again. When I wear my glasses, that means I'm officially talking. When I don't have my glasses, I'm being MC. There you go. Well, thank you, Briana. That was a great transition, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about what is actually our longest-running program here at the Interledger Foundation, and that is our ambassador program, which we mentioned Aidan. But I wanted to fill you in on our 3 other 2024 ambassadors and some of the work that they're doing. Victoria here is working in regions across the United States that have some of the lowest percentage of underbanked population, or unbanked populations even. That includes states like Louisiana, Mississippi, and New York. Smitri, as you can see here with these great quotes, is actually working on what it's like in rural India, where actually she is from, about the digital financial lives that these folks lead and what they need to join into the system. And Stephanie is working on what is a framework for human rights and privacy as people integrate the Interledger protocol. Aiden, Smitri, and Victoria are all here giving sessions. I encourage you to go check them out, check out their sessions, talk to them. Stephanie couldn't be with us, but I know she's rooting us on and watching on the live stream. So 1, 2, 3, let's give a hi, Stephanie. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hi, Stephanie. So there she goes. We miss you. Actually, right now, we're working on our 2025 cohort of ambassadors, and we're really excited towards the end of the year, early next year, to announce who they will be, what they will be working on, and really they help us build our community and our collective knowledge for the work of digital financial inclusion in the Interledger Foundation. Our other long-running grant program is actually our Digital Financial Services Program, and this program really looks to spur innovation in open payments. These 4 projects here have moved on to our prototyping phase and are currently doing amazing work on the ground. That's everything from designing cross-border remittance pathways to better get this right here, to enabling more efficient cross-ledger interactions, as well as revolutionizing the pay-as-you-go digital streaming payments. And actually last night, our digital wallet that we had here as one of our Phase 2 applicants was able to send $100 over a cross-border last night from one person here to an individual back in another country. So kind of an exciting impromptu moment there for this work. I will say that all 4 of these projects are here. They're doing sessions. I really encourage you to check them out and get a sense of what is happening on the ground as the integration of ILP and open payments becomes more and more of a reality. But one thing that we need to do in the program team is not just give grants, we also need to cultivate the stories, the people, the context in which our grant making takes place in. And one of the main things that we did this year was actually we launched the Future Money podcast. What this was is it tells the stories of our grantees, our partners, in long form, in deep dive, in a conversational way. We've had everything from conversations with some of our Future Money artists, who some of you may have seen present at last year's summit, to entrepreneurs like Uchi, as well as our very latest episode, which I think dropped just a couple days ago, with Interledger Protocol creators Stefan Thomas and Ethan. Sorry, Ethan Schwartz, there we go. That's when we talk up here and I'm looking at here. Wherever you get your pods, I would suggest subscribing, liking, and listening to these podcasts. And I'd be remiss to say that our podcast is hosted by a company called Castapod, which is a Fediverse distributed web podcasting platform that lives our values and has actually been playing with web monetization now going over 3 years. Some of you may have talked to Benjamin at Castapod in the Innovation Exhibition last night, and so you heard a little bit about what they do. Just to give you some quick stats on this podcast, we've had 15 episodes this year, over 3,300 downloads, and if all of you go and subscribe and listen, that number will only jump. I'd also like to take an opportunity to talk about our team. So here you see Lawil, Aisha, and Julaire. And really, why I bring them up is because we've had a hard year in terms of this is hard work, giving away money. You'd be surprised, right? Giving away money seems like it would be easy, but it's actually not. And starting with this team that's designing, refining, and thinking about new programs all the time, we're able to give away this year from last year's summit to, as I stand here today and towards the end of the year, will be over 20 grants to over 10 countries, totaling almost over $4 million in grant awards. But it's not just these 3 folks. It is the entire Interledger team. To give away that kind of money, to support the grantees on the ground, and to think about how these grantees support our mission, that takes deep work from our operations team, deep work from our communications team, and especially deep work from our technology team to make this a reality. So thank you, team, for helping us to achieve those goals. But we can't just rely on our standard grant programs and stay static. We're always looking for ways to think of new methods, grants, procedures in which we can distribute resources to this growing ecosystem. And for this year in 2024, that is best exemplified by some of our work in education. Now, if you allow me, I'll tell you a bit of a story here. When Briana and I started working together 4 years ago, one of the things she said is, Chris, I'd really like to do some grant making and some programmatic work in education. And I was like, what? This doesn't seem like a real clear match to me. Now, I had spent a good amount of my career in education, so I was like, I've actually been trying to build those pathways, and I don't see them. And she said, well, figure it out. And so what we did was we started to do that. And I really accepted the challenge, and we started out with Bowie State University, and later we added the University of Cape Town. And this really taught us how to work with professors, how to work with students, what's it like to work with universities at large. And so at Bowie State University, a highlight of this year was we ran something called the Amtrakathon. You're like, what the heck? What basically is we took a student body, a group of students from Bowie State University, linked them to students at University of Cape Town, which I'll talk about in a second, as well as Fayetteville University in North Carolina, and they did a hackathon on the Amtrak train between Washington, D.C. and Fayetteville, North Carolina, where they were ideating, building, and, of course, eating a good amount of pizza along the way. Building off that work, UCT, which I'm going to talk about in a second, these were the two bedrock projects. They taught us so much. But we also said it can't just be the ones that we find, that we have relationships with, that we want to work with. It's time to open up this program to the world. So in 2024, we opened up our next-gen Interledger on-campus program, where we now have a rolling application for universities and colleges to apply to us to join in this global network at large, and now building a global network of universities. Innovating and building, what I think is most important is a dynamic career pipeline into this work. I think most of us understand that what we're trying to do with open payments, with web monetization, with, quite frankly, systemic change in the digital financial world, is a slow process. Sometimes we were joking about it with the staff, sometimes it feels like we're selling flying cars, right? So to get with students, to get with youth, and start to build that pipeline towards this career, towards this industry, towards all these industries, is a really super exciting thing for us. Briana mentioned we were talking to the parliamentarians last night, and the room lit up when we talked about working with young people, working with students, understanding the younger generation, because they understand this technology, and if we can help them go into these fields, into these careers, that's going to be one of the most long-standing ways in which we can do this work and see it succeed. So I think I had a moment when we were at UCT just a couple days celebrating our sponsorship of their Financial Innovation Hub, where Briana and I kind of looked across, and I said, wow, Briana, you were really right, and I was wrong, and thank you for leading us on this journey. As I talk a little bit more about UCT, one of the things that's been super exciting for us is that they build local connections, they help us with hackathons, they help to energize the local community here in Cape Town. And with that, I'd love to hand off to my friend and colleague, Alex Lakatos, who will start taking up the Interledger story from there. Alex, come on up.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. So, Chris was talking about the University of Cape Town. We have actually done a bit of work with the University of Cape Town students. One, because we have an office here and we can be a bit more engaged. And two, because seeing students hack with open payments helps us a lot in improving open payments. We've been here for about a week. If you've just flown in for the summit, you've missed the Interledger Week in Cape Town. We kicked off the Interledger Week with Interledger Hackathon.
Hello everyone, seeing all of you here for the Interledger Hackathon warms my heart.
I haven't worked with the Open Payments API before, so it's been really cool to kind of see how the protocol works.
They're giving us so much knowledge, so much ideas. There's about 130, 140 people.
We've got just over 40 teams participating, which is great.
The solution that we came up with is using a natural language model that takes your transaction and creates a payload and send it to open payments.
It's been an awesome environment. It's really cool to see so many teams building.
Getting to interact with people. I love this experience.
Seeing that talent really excites me. It makes me hopeful for the future of this country and the future of the continent.
If you were here tonight, you've actually seen some of our winners. They were out in the exhibition, on the exhibition floor. We've had 140 people, from students to professionals, hacking on about 40 projects. It was an amazing event that taught us so much about open payments and documentation. We use events here in the tech team as a way to talk about Interledger into the world and raise awareness, and also as a way to get feedback on the things we're building so we can make them better for everyone else. We've been at 17 conferences this year in 11 countries. We've spoken to about 5,000 people, actually a little over 5,000 people. When we talk to people, everybody wants to wear something Interledger, so we've handed out thousands of stickers, hundreds of t-shirts, and I really do hope you got yours in the swag bag this morning. If you didn't, though, and you can find us at our next event, find Joanna. She is our swag person. She's always happy to help you out. But when we go out to events, we talk mainly about two things. One of them is open payments, the Open Payments API, and the reason for that is it is the gateway into Interledger. Everyone in this room could technically today use open payments to have programmable money. Because of that, our biggest body of work this year has been the documentation portal. We've improved documentation to the point where, with a very small team at the hackathon, we were able to support it, and everybody got to demo their open payments integration. Behind the scenes, and things that probably you've never heard of until today, is the fact that we have added more grant interactions. And we are working hard, really hard, to make open payments easier to use for everyone by having new client SDKs developed. We are a small but mighty team, and we could always use the help. If you're a developer in the room and you want to volunteer, find Joanna, and she's going to help you contribute to the open payments SDKs. The other thing we're actively talking about and we're actively showcasing for people is web monetization. Now, probably the worst kept secret at Interledger is the fact that we're working with the Chromium team on an integration of native web monetization into the browser. It made the news. It's got a lot of excitement and interest from other browser makers, but the browser making process is a multi-year process. We are, I would say, about 3 years into a 7-year process. And because of that, because by the time it makes it into the browser, it's going to take so long, we have actively developed a new web monetization extension that allows everyone with an Interledger wallet to become their own web monetization provider, kind of their own version of Coil. And for this to work for everyone, we've worked on a new and improved setup experience, which, if you want to find out more about what we're doing with web monetization and where we're going, there is a talk in the other room in about an hour and a half, where Bibi and Radu are going to tell you a lot more about web monetization. If you want to try out this new setup experience and web monetization in general, we have developed a new wallet, a new test wallet. Lovely Madalena helped us out with a really new and shiny design. The test wallet UI is designed, we've redesigned this from the ground up to help people get set up with Interledger faster, see a payment happen, and generally just see the benefits of Interledger out into the wild. One of the reasons why we had to create a new test wallet was because Interledger and Rafiki are always going to be limited by the underlying ledger that you're using. And the ledger that we started with was intentionally chosen to be a very limiting ledger, and we have hit the limits of our ledger, and we had to swap it out. Our friends at GitHub, who are in the audience, I hope, our friends at GitHub were kind enough to let us use their ledger, But one of the accidental benefits of swapping ledgers to GitHub is actually your test wallet is now a live wallet as well. So for the first time ever, you have a live Interledger wallet. Sadly, the live Interledger wallet only works for the people in this room that came to the summit. I think you got a little email before coming here that said we were working on a little surprise, and if you wanted a special gift, you should sign up. If you went and got the special gift, it looks a little bit like this, and that is an Interledger card. So the live wallet has a live card with real money. Now, if you didn't realize the benefit of this, it has a little payment pointer on it. You can put this payment pointer into weaponization, earn money today, and go buy a coffee 5 minutes later. All of this work wouldn't be possible without our backbone, which is Rafiki. We use Rafiki everywhere. Rafiki is designed to be the reference implementation of Interledger. Is designed to speed adoption of Interledger. And because we've started using Rafiki with real-life scenarios, we've done a lot with Rafiki this year. So here at Interledger, we believe in security because Rafiki deals with people's money, and we work with a third-party security auditor to audit our code and our APIs on a rolling basis. So last year, we got the security review, and we've been working really hard this year to fix all the things that the security team found. And I think Max and Timea are going to talk more about that again, 2 doors over on the C stage a bit later on. But this is a rolling process for us. So we've fixed all the security that improvements that the third-party auditor found. We've released the data in the report, and now we're starting again. The security company is starting to do security testing of Rafiki all over again. One of the other things that this year allowed us to do was to monitor performance in real life. So far, Rafiki's performance has always been theoretical or in test environments. We have real-life Rafiki deployments that allow us to measure performance with real money in real time, and we're working on improving the performance because we understand the limitation is never going to be Rafiki. The limitation is always going to be the ledger underneath. We have taken Rafiki in production in more than digital wallets this year. We have worked on integrations with country-level instant payment systems, and that taught us that Rafiki was designed initially for a single account servicing entity, for a single wallet or a single bank. Now, if we go to a country and we have 20 banks in there, that means you'd have to deploy 20 Rafiki instances. That lengthens the adoption time of Interledger. So we are working on multi-tenancy so that a single Rafiki instance can serve a whole country, 20 banks at a time, everybody having their own little portion of Rafiki running just for them. Talking about these integrations actually taught us a lot, and that's because we are embedded in the integration team with our partners. One of them is the Jordan Payments and Clearing Company, which if you've been here on this stage in Costa Rica last year, you've heard about our work to integrate open payments into the country. We've had our very first demo day very successful, and that taught us about multi-tenancy. The other big integration that we've been working on this year is with our friends at PCH in Mexico. They have a version of Mojaloop running with about 45 micro banks. And when I say micro, you can see us all fitting inside of one of the banks, in the back room of one of the banks. We are looking over the shoulder of the cashier, and we've seen how banking happens in rural communities in real world. And that is all of us being amazed by the fact that if I want to send money to Huijing, for example, I have to go to the till, I have to give the cashier my account, the cashier will open up this desktop application, and because it's not connected to another desktop application, they have to open up a Google spreadsheet to check my balance, see if I have money in my account, and then I'm going to get my money in cash form, after which I have to hand back my cash so that Huijing can get it deposited into her account. All of this technology and what it's helping for, Briana's going to come up on stage and tell you a bit more about the people that the Interledger technology is helping. Thank you.
So what are we doing all of this work for? Who is this for? Why are we doing all of these things? Yes, this is great in theory, but what are we really trying to do? I want to tell you or show you a short video of a story of Gabriela, who lives in the mountains of Puebla in Mexico, and Coatzacoalcos. Did I get that right, Pedro? Roberto, did I get that right? Coatzacoalcos. Okay, I'm not sure if he's here. But Gabriela lives in the mountains. She gets remittances from her husband, who is based in the US, and she also sells food on the side. Coatzacoalcos is an advisor from one of the microbanks who tries to tell people about how to use their transactions and how to learn about digital financial access.
Pues tener más tiempo cuando trabajamos, salimos temprano y luego los bancos se abren hasta las 9. Y cuando ya de regreso a veces llegamos a las 8 o 9 de la noche y de ahí pues igual los bancos se cierran. Y luego me presiona que a qué hora mando el dinero, que en qué banco lo mandé y así me presiona y le digo es que llegué tarde, no alcancé el banco, mejor mañana, le digo ya.
La operación a los clientes, a los socios, donde ahorren tiempo, donde haya más seguridad en cuanto al manejo de efectivo, en cuanto al manejo de sus recursos.
So these are the people who we do this for the Gabrielas of the world who can have equitable access, just like most of us do right now. We have access to different financial systems. Why shouldn't they? This year's theme, Unleashing the Power of Interledger, resonates deeply with the challenges and opportunities facing both developing and developed economies. As we stand on the brink of transformative change in the way that we exchange value, there has never been a more urgent need for collaboration, creativity, and commitment from all stakeholders in this ecosystem. This is why we are gathered here, not only to discuss advancements, but also to foster meaningful conversations and connections that will drive the next wave of financial innovations. Over the coming days, we'll hear from thought leaders, industry experts, and pioneers who are shaping the future of digital finance. Cape Town is a city that embodies the spirit of transformation, much like the work that we are doing through the Interledger Protocol. So as we engage in discussions, debates, and brainstorming, let's remain inspired by the idea that together we can create a future where anyone, anywhere, has access to a connected and fair financial system. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all of you who have traveled far and wide to be here today. This journey was not easy for a lot of us, but I hope you leave here feeling fulfilled and inspired. Your commitment to advancing this vision is what makes this community strong and resilient. Let's use this opportunity to push boundaries, challenge the status quo, and build the bridges that will shape tomorrow's systems. Once again, welcome to the Interledger Summit, and let's make this year's gathering our best ever. Thank you.
All right, we are running just a tad late, which is to be expected, and we'll be adjusting as needed. But right now, I would like to welcome to the stage one of the co-creators of the Interledger Protocol and our Interledger Foundation board chair, Stefan Thomas. Stefan.
All right, we are going to have a short tech setup interlude, so just give me 1 second while we get that set up. How's everybody feeling? You excited for the summit? All right. And we're running. Cool. All right, that was easier than feared. All right, so, well, first of all, I'm unbelievably excited that it's this time again. This has become my highlight of the year pretty much. So before I jump in, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to Briana and the whole team for putting this together. It's months of work, so thank you very much. The other quick note before I dive into the talk, we started this project over 10 years ago at Ripple in the research team. The first people working on it was Evan Schwartz and myself. I think Evan's actually here. Evan, do you want to stand up real quick and wave? And we could not have imagined that this idea would grow to have this potential and this amount of people excited about it. So I just want to thank you all for being here. I think we can really change the world in a very fundamental way and impact a lot of people if we pull this off. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here. Now, without any further ado, we'll clear the screen, we'll clear our minds. If I took a room of payments experts and I asked them, like, what are some of the most important features for a payment protocol? They might say, you know, well, it has to be incredibly reliable, right? You're dealing with people's money. Nothing can go wrong. Everything has to be double and triple and quadruple checked and then checked again. And I don't think that protocols today necessarily live up to that, but it certainly should be an important goal. The next thing people might say is like, oh, you need predictability, you know, like you need to be able to say like, hey, here's how much you're going to pay, this is what the fees are going to be, and so on. And so I'm in the non-enviable position here to stand on stage and tell you that the Interledger protocol technically doesn't provide either of these things. Now you might say like, whoa, wait a minute, I'm going home, this is nonsense. So please listen to the rest of the talk and hopefully I'll convince you that there is an answer and it actually means that the protocol is incredible. So now that I've hooked you, shout out to Joran who taught me some speaking skills. I'll go through some more formalities here. My name's Stefan Thomas. I'm the co-creator of Interledger. I work with the foundation. I'm also the founder of a company that builds stuff with Interledger. We came up with web monetization, for example, which now has gone on to greater heights. And right now the company is a little bit in a hiatus, but it does still exist, and we're thinking about what to do with it. I was also the CTO of Ripple, Chief Technology Officer, where I worked with banks all over the world. This was an incredible experience, just being able to hang out with some of the brightest minds in the payment industry all over the world, and really realizing how complex and multifaceted this problem is. And then before that, I was a Bitcoin developer. You can see by the icon, it's like sort of my wilder days that are behind me, but I still learned a lot from that perspective as well. So this tells you a little bit of how I approach this problem. But if you just want to remember one thing about me is I love to write code. I love technology. I love diving headfirst into a problem, trying to figure out like how can I solve things with code. And you know, as evidence for that, I spent about half an hour making this little rainbow animation. So definitely, you know, not always good on prioritization, but I definitely love to dive in. All right, now let's actually get to the topic of the talk. Sorry, that was a long intro sequence, but we're talking about packetization. So I wanted to quickly define what is packetization. Packetization is the idea that you take something and you split it up into little chunks to make it more manageable. And the dictionary actually puts data in the definition. So this is very much an idea that's associated with the internet. This is what makes the internet so incredibly efficient. This is why the internet is so useful in so many different areas. So it's not just for messages or text messages or whatever. You can use it for any kind of communication. And you know, kind of spoiler for the rest of the talk, but that is why. This is an incredibly powerful idea. And I think the thing I want to cover in this talk is explain how this applies to payments. One thing, just because it annoyed me while making the slides. So this definition is from Wiktionary. I originally wanted to get the one from Oxford English Dictionary, but they wanted me to pay, which I'm happy to do. So I went like, okay, sure, I'll pay. And then they said I was too suspicious, and they wouldn't let me pay. So clearly, there's still a lot of work to be done in the world of payments. Maybe if they use web monetization, we wouldn't have these issues. All right, moving on. Why are we talking about packetization? So this is obviously a very technical topic, and I know this, not everyone in this audience is extremely technical, but I still thought it was a good topic for this keynote. And the reason is that it's a topic that comes up over and over again, both when I talk to people who have never heard of Interledger, as soon as they learn about packetization and that it's a key aspect of Interledger, they sort of wonder why. It seems very cumbersome, it seems very complicated, so why are we doing this? And then the same thing goes for people who've been working on the protocol for a long time. There's papers that get written where it's like, hey, should we really be using packetization? And don't tell anyone, but even I myself sometimes wonder, like, is this the right path? So I thought it was a great topic to kind of dive in. For those of you who are not as familiar with Interledger, you're going to learn a lot about what makes this protocol unique and why it's so different from everything else that's out there. And for the people that are deep in Interledger already, you'll probably pick up a few things as to why Interledger is built the way that it is. So if you understand one thing about the goal that we had when we set out to build Interledger, was to make a truly universal payment protocol, something that could serve everyone, everywhere, for all things. Now, that is obviously incredibly ambitious, and some might say, that's not possible, right? Like, you cannot do that. You're going to be, if you're good for one use case, you're going to be bad for another. And I think to some extent that's true, but we were inspired by the example of the internet, which has really supplanted almost all other communication technologies or protocols. So for example, if you pick up a cell phone today that used to be its own whole protocol stack, but from LTE onward, it's IP-based, or at least a version of IP. If you think about television broadcasts, like that used to be its own whole technology stack, but nowadays a lot of us watch our TV over the internet, and even the technologies that are not internet-based are moving that direction. So it's really kind of spread everywhere to do with communication. And that was sort of our inspiration, is like, could we make payments more like the internet? Could we make it so that if I'm building something that involves moving money around, I don't have to think about how to do it. There's just a global infrastructure. I plug into it. There are tutorials on how to use it, and it works for me, and it works for my use case. So a pretty ambitious goal, but that's what we're aiming for. Now, sometimes when I talk about this goal, probably less of an issue when I speak down in Africa, but when I speak in the United States, for example, people will say, like, well, we already have universal payments protocols. We have credit cards, we've got Visa, MasterCard, like everybody has a credit card. So, again, I don't think I have to convince this audience very much, so I won't spend much time on this, but yeah, there's a lot of people that do not have cards of any kind. This is debit or credit cards, people over 15 and older. And basically the way that these bars work, the width is the population in a country, and then the height is the percentage of people in that country who do not have any cards. So there's no universal payment method today. If I was, unfortunately don't have that chart, but if I was to put up a chart of how many people have some kind of connection to the internet, whether it's a dumb phone or just an internet cafe or something like that, probably reach a lot more people that way. So protocols are pretty powerful in making a dent in this problem. Now, let me show you kind of what the status quo kind of looks like. So if we think about banks, this is a graph of banks and their relationships with each other. So each dot is a different bank, and then the lines in between are credit relationships, liquidity relationships between those banks. And that's ultimately the sort of mental model that you can have for how payments really works. And as you can see, this is quite a complex graph. And of course, I withheld something from you, which is that this is just Austria. So this is just the banks in Austria. So if you think about the whole global banking system, you can imagine how much bigger and how much more complicated that graph is. And then, of course, banks are only part of the story, right? There are corporations, there are individuals, there are tons of other financial institutions, and they're all part of this graph too. Right? We all make payments. We all keep balances. We keep track of credit relationships. By the way, shout out to Jordan over there, Tiger Beetle. You're going to need to track all of those balances. Go check out his company. So you can imagine how big that graph gets. And then even within a corporation, you might have quite a few accounts internally, right? So they're tracking different things between departments and so on. And that really all should be part of this graph. So you're talking about even just a data problem of an incredible scope. And so we knew that we needed efficient algorithms and we needed an efficient protocol to tackle this. And so I want to zoom in a little bit and just pick one of these paths. So you can kind of imagine like you have some set of, could be banks, could be companies, could be individuals, but they're sort of linked together by relationships. You know, I have an account with this bank, they have an account with a bigger bank, you know, they have a correspondent relationship with another bank, and so on and so forth until you get to the person that I'm trying to pay. And so we often think about these paths, you know, so this is a very important concept in Interledger. And then along this path, you get to the different parties, right? And so if we zoom in on one of those parties, we can sort of describe, and again, this is still just a model, right? This is just thinking about how the world already is, how we can describe it. So we can describe kind of like, okay, if we give this party a certain amount of money, so this would be like our input, then we can find out like how much they're willing to pay to someone else. And this is a concept that we call liquidity curves. And this is something from the earlier days of Interledger, where we basically think like, okay, each party is going to have some liquidity curve. For some set of inputs, they're going to give some set of outputs. So this could be from one currency to another, or it could be in the same currency, but some fee is deducted. But we can describe mathematically the relationship between the money that goes in and the money that comes out the other side. And so we can do that for each hop along the path. Now, when we actually look at multiple hops, you might have different institutions having different constraints. So for example, the institution on the left can service payments in this range, but then the institution on the right, they're really more focused on corporates, and so they only do these bigger payments. And so if you're thinking about this on a graph level, you have to then start combining these curves, and you end up with slices on them, right? Because you can't send a payment that's bigger than anything the one on the left wants to process, and you can't send anything smaller than the one on the right wants to process. And so the path kind of gets constrained. Now, here's a little example network. And so if we look at one of those paths, we can, again, look at each hop in the middle, and we can create that graph. And that orange line is a payment that I want to do. And that just happens to be at that size. And so we were building this routing protocol. Again, this is like 8-9 years ago. And we were thinking about like, okay, so what could happen is that the payment I'm trying to make is just out of range. It's just not part of the range that those particular intermediaries support. And again, you know, this is not a problem if you're just building a remittance system, or if you're just building a corporate payment system, or if you're just building a micropayments network, or just building a retail payments network. You have a limited range. But if you're trying to build a universal protocol that's supposed to serve everybody, you have to deal with this. You have to think about this. And so, okay, so for this path, we can't use it because our payment's not in range. This one works, so we have some amount of liquidity available that we can take advantage of. For this path, like, there's actually no overlap at all. So like, there is a set of relationships, but for this path, there's just no overlap between the maximum and minimum payment amounts. So we can't use this path at all for anything. It is just wasted. And then this one, okay, we can use that one. And then this last one, we're out of range again. So you can sort of see like, okay, we have these different paths available, but we can only use like some of them. And then even within those that we can use, we can only use whatever liquidity is available on that path. So I keep talking about liquidity. Liquidity is at the heart of everything. Here's a quote from Adam Smith. But really the point is like, when we're talking about payments, liquidity is what makes payments possible. Liquidity is these relationships that I'm talking about. They can be trust-based, they can be credit-based, or they can be based on assets. Like I have money in the bank, and so now the bank is letting me make payments. But either way, they're the foundation. And so if we want to make a good payment protocol, one of the most important things that we have to think about is being efficient with the liquidity that exists. Because we can't magically make more liquidity. We can't magically give everybody more money. We can't magically raise everybody's trust with each other. But what we can do is, where liquidity exists, in whatever form, we can leverage to the greatest extent possible. So, given all these constraints that I showed you with the liquidity curves, there was a time where things looked quite bleak. We were not sure if if this would work. For technical reasons, like when you have these different paths, and you can't just think about like, how do I find a path to the destination, but I have to think about, does this path work for different size payments? You have to actually have almost like a routing table for every single amount you may want to send. And so it got very complex, and it didn't feel very elegant, and we got pretty just not very optimistic that this was going to work, So, but you have these moments, when you're doing research. There's like times when you're kind of like not seeing the path, and then there's times when you see the path. And so, I don't know if he's okay with it, but like I would credit Evan with kind of keep pointing us towards the Internet Protocol. And once again, the Internet Protocol gave us sort of that key aha moment, and suddenly everything clicked into place. And I'll kind of explain what that moment was. So when previously I've talked about like these market makers, and you have the ones that like they're kind of retail focused, they do these small payments, maybe they're more local, and they can process these micropayments no problem. They're happy to for the business. And then you've got these bigger providers, right? And they really want to only deal with aggregates, they want to deal with corporate payments, and they're part of the graph. But the way that people are leveraging them today is through something like Visa, which does a lot of aggregation of lots of small retail transactions into bigger bank-to-bank settlements. And that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to create an end-to-end protocol where everything moves through instantly. And so once you introduce this idea of packetization, and that's the key thing that we borrowed from the internet, the small payment turns into a few packets, and the big payment turns into lots of packets. And so, again, thinking about what that means, now if I'm a big provider, and you can think about this in the case of the internet, like level 3, they're a big internet backbone provider. They're not going to do business with me, right? They're not going to take me on as a customer. They're not going to process send my packets around. But because everything is unified in the sort of packetization model, my packets are just part of the general traffic that's going through. Level 3 are processing, I don't know, billions or maybe trillions of packets, and mine are just in there. So if I send a WhatsApp message to somebody, or I open a website, my traffic is in there. And so what packetization really does is it takes all of those little small potatoes and it turns it into one big potato. Okay? So, and that's when you can get service from those more efficient, larger scale systems. And so, a lot of times when you think about like, okay, why does this matter for financial inclusion, for example? And it's like, a lot of times the problem with financial inclusion is that it's not financially viable to do small scale things. But if we can unify all that traffic and we can unify all these use cases, then suddenly these small things start to add up, and you can bring in economies of scale, and you can, those people that are already served very well, like the big corporations making large payments, you can use the same infrastructure for both. And so as that infrastructure gets better, it gets better for everyone. All right, so going back to this little example network, once you think of it from a packetization perspective, we can now use every path because they're all just different scales of market makers, but we can leverage all of them. And so the liquidity that exists, and this is where, I don't have sound effects in my slides, but this is where there would be like a big explosion and like ground shaking. This is the really key thing. We can aggregate the liquidity from all the paths together. So it doesn't matter where the best price exists, where the best rate exists, where there's still liquidity available when there's a drought. We can use it, for every single payment that happens. And this is incredibly powerful because remember, the goal that we have is to use the liquidity as efficiently as possible. So this is incredibly important. Another thing that's very neat is, suppose I have a payment going one way and then another payment going the other way. And suppose this is a very big payment. So we've got this payment A that's going from Alice to Bob, and then you've got another payment B from Bob to Alice that happens like a little bit later. And if we don't have packetization, we have this big liquidity impact. So that whole payment has to go through in one go, and we have to have the liquidity available to fit it. But if we do packetization, there's lots of packets going one way and lots of packets going the other way, and they all cancel each other out, and so we just need to have the liquidity for one packet. Obviously, this is kind of a constructed the example, but you can think about it on the scale of a network. There are always some opposing flows, and that reduces the amount of liquidity, once again, making the usage of liquidity more efficient. So this is why this is very useful. Another big part of the cost in payments is risk. So you have to deal with, like, oh, something goes wrong. And as a protocol designer, there are always strategies you can have for mitigating failures. And so, you might have like another attempt, or a double check, or maybe a distributed system like a blockchain or something that verifies everything. But all of those things add cost, and they add extra delay and latency, and also make the system less scalable. And so, every time you're trying to make your system more reliable, you're also making it clunkier, slower, more expensive. And so the thing that packetization does that's incredible is that it makes you able to manage the risk, because now if something fails, well, it's just that one packet that fails, not the whole payment that failed. And we can then get away with a system that is maybe a little bit less reliable per packet, because we can amortize the risk over all the packets that are going through it. We no longer have this like, oh my God, the $100 million payment failed, we're all out of business. So that is a big advantage as well. Now, I had to cut the presentation down quite a bit. There's a lot more things I could be talking about in terms of benefits. I'll quickly touch on them on this slide. So I mentioned the difficulty with the routing protocol, where you had like multiple paths for different amounts. And so all of that goes away with packetization. You can have improved flow control. So if you have no packetization, you send a big payment, you might take up all liquidity, and then some other payment starts and there's no more liquidity available. Whereas if you have packetization, both payments can start that are big ones, and it'll automatically balance the amount of available liquidity between them. Or what can even happen is that if you have one of them being prioritized, like the first one starts and it's a big payment, so it starts, but then the other one starts and it's higher priority, so then it will get all the bandwidth. So you can just manage your funds flows and match the flows to liquidity a lot more efficiently. It also is an interesting thing to note that with packetization, there is no maximum payment size, because payments are spread out over time. You can keep sending more money over the same connection, and so there isn't really a fixed maximum. And if you're a sender of larger payments, you are able to trade off speed versus cost. So if you have some large amount of money to send, and you really need to get there fast, you can send it right away. And probably you'll take a hit on the exchange rate, because you're taking more of the liquidity that's in the network. Again, not to throw too much jargon, but like a lot of times liquidity is provided through these order books. And in the order book, the top offers, they might not be very large, but they have the tightest spreads, they have the best rates. And then if you do a bigger order all at once, then you're going to more market makers that are giving less good offers. But with Interledger and packetization, you can spread these things out over time, which again improves the efficiency versus liquidity. And another thing that's really, really neat about this is that, okay, a lot of times the bigger payments are the one where the money is at. That's what's driving the revenue for a lot of these intermediaries. And so that's what they invest in. And so what they don't invest in is micropayments. And micropayments are important for inclusion, because a lot of those payments are smaller, and especially related to how far away people are trying to send money, because there are these remittances, people are sending money back home. Those are fairly small payments in the scheme of things, at least from like a payment industry perspective. But at the same time, they're incredibly important, and they're going very long distances, so longer paths. And so those things are very expensive today. But with something like this, people are optimizing for packets. They're also optimizing for small payments. And so we can lower the cost for those. Okay, so that was a lot of talking, and I don't have a lot of time left, so I have a few demos to get through. So I'm currently working on a new open source implementation of Interledger called DASI. It's a peer-to-peer implementation that people can download and run, and essentially be running the Interledger protocol on their home computer, on their server. It's not done yet, but you can follow it along. I'll give you a link later. But part of that project was to re-implement part of the Interledger protocol stack, and that's a part called Stream. So when I'm talking about like all the things that Interledger doesn't have, usually I mean things that Stream gives you back. So I'll give you a quick example. This is a payment from Alice to Bob. So Alice is trying to send $200 to Bob, and I'm going to kick off the demo. And as you can see, it didn't go through as one payment. It went through as 23 successful packets and 1 unsuccessful packet. Now, this unsuccessful packet, like that's not a bad thing in the Interledger context. Like we send packets that are meant to be rejected, packets that are just there to like probe, find out what the exchange rate is, or send a message to the other side. So don't worry about these rejections. The key is that the money got from Alice to Bob. That's what the user cares about. And of course, you wouldn't show these statistics to the end users just to show you for the demo purposes. Now you might say, oh, but you said like Interledger is not reliable. So like, what if somebody's packets don't get there? You know, you showed this great example of like, oh, you know, everything works great when the sun is shining. So now we're going to introduce some packet loss. This is a 25% packet loss, which if you're familiar with internet sort of statistics like that, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad packet loss. So we'll see if it still works. And so now you can see there's a lot more rejected packets. Those are some of the ones that are lost. But there's still enough packets that get through. From a user experience point of view, you could barely even notice that anything went wrong. And so this is why we can have reliability from the user's perspective, even though we technically don't have reliability on the Interledger protocol level. And by giving up that reliability on the protocol level, we gain a ton of efficiency. We can make the protocol much simpler. We don't have to handle as many error cases. We can just be like, throw a hands up on, oh, this packet didn't get there. That's fine. You don't lose money, and you ultimately get the user experience that works. But you might say, what if you want to send a specific amount? So far, I've shown you dollar to dollar. So now I'm going to show you an example with going from one currency to the other. So I've got South African rand on the left. I want to send money to Bob on the right. And so there's an exchange rate somewhere. And whenever you have an exchange rate and you have decimals, you're going to have rounding. You know, so I hate to break it to you, but there is no exact amounts in payments, because when I transfer and I go through an exchange rate, there's going to be some rounding somewhere. In the case of Interledger, you know, again, this is something that people bring up a lot, but when you actually see it happen, I hope it's convincing that, you know, I kick off the payment, and let's see if the exact amount gets there, and yes, it does. And so the Interledger protocol, it does not know what the exchange rate is going to be when you actually execute. It does not know, it's not able to get it there to the last unit. But what we are doing, the default precision in the stream protocol is 1/1,000,000th of $1. So we can get it to that precision, which is a lot more than your end user is going to care about, right? Like they want it, if they get it to the right cent, they're probably happy. If they get it to the right 100th of a cent, they're really happy. And you know, the 10,000th of a cent, they probably don't care about. But it's nice for you because you have less rounding errors. So it's actually, I would say, Interledger in most cases is going to be more exact, even with packetization. Now you might say, okay, but this is with like a stable exchange rate. So what if we use a really, really unstable exchange rate? So I don't know if you know Mudang. It's a pygmy hippopotamus. She lives in, I want to say, Thailand. And she has her own meme coin someone created. And so, as you can imagine, probably not an investment I would recommend. And not the most stable thing in the world. But we're using it as an example here to show that Stream can handle packet loss and the fluctuating exchange rate at the same time. Now, fair warning, this does get a little bumpier. So you can see like it takes a little bit longer, and there's a lot more rejected packets, and it's like trying to get the right amount. Got it almost. And now it looks like we got the right amount, but we're still working. So what's happening here? So like I said, we're trying to get to that, you know, 1/1,000,000th of a cent precision. So we're still working on that. But now it's got absolute exact amounts on both sides, and we're happy. And that didn't take long at all. Okay, so next objection, you might say, okay, but instead of just doing one payment, we now have to do like thousands of packets. That's really inefficient. So what if we want to do a big payment? Is that going to work? And so I want to do one more demo, which is $1 million. This time we're sending packets of $100 each. And keep in mind, this whole demo is running inside of my browser in my slide presentation, where my browser has to run the sender, the receiver, and a simulated network in between. And this is all in JavaScript, so for the technical people, like, there's probably a lot of optimization we can do beyond this, but this is just a kind of proof of concept. You know, when you're visiting a website like CNN.com, your computer is actually sending and receiving tens of thousands of packets, and so it's not a big deal to send a lot of packets. It's you know, computation is incredibly cheap, especially when you're talking about something that's much more expensive, like payments. So with that, that's pretty much it for me. I have one or two quick little plugs. So interledger.org, obviously you can find out everything about Interledger. There's a Slack as well on there. You can go hang out with some of the fine folks from the foundation and the community. And then on Daci Land, there is a Discord server that's linked there, as well as a GitHub repo, so you can see me chug away coding every day. I code 6 days a week, open source, all free out there. So if you're interested in what I'm up to, go hang out in the Discord. It's very quiet. There's no spam. If you ask me a question, I will definitely answer. And I have maybe time for one question because we have 1 minute left. Who's the lucky winner? All right, no questions. I answered everything. Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
All right, one more time as he exits. Stefan. All right, we are going to be releasing you into distributed sessions in just a minute. I'm going to give you a heads up, and this is for the speakers, the panelists, and that are on the next slot. We're going to delay things by 15 minutes. So now we'll be starting on all the sessions across 3 spaces. We'll start at 11:15. I've been informed that you can bring coffees and whatnot into the meeting spaces, so don't feel like you just got to chug a lug out there and then go in. You can take that coffee with you, so know that. We have curated a pretty amazing set of speakers, panelists, and workshop facilitators. Panels will be in here, so if you wanted to see a panel through the next 2 days, you're going to be in this space. Most of the tech demos will be in the space 2 doors down from here. We have some talks up in room 11, and then after this first round of sessions, that will be the workshop space. That's upstairs, room 11. So, panels here, talks and demos 2 over, few talks and demos in room 11, and then that'll be the workshop space. I highly ask you that you fill those spaces out. They're going to be exciting. These are people that are at the front lines doing cutting-edge work. But for now, we will call a close to this first round of plenary. The next one will be after lunch. The next sessions will start at 11:15. Go get a coffee, go get a snack, decide where you're going to spend your time, and go forth and learn.
Back. Good afternoon, everyone, or no, it's actually still morning. My name is Jalaire, and I will be your MC for these panel sessions. So I think this next panel is a perfect segue, building on the presentation by the ILF leadership team, talking about the work that we do and the communities that we seek to impact. And so I'd like to invite a group of payment enthusiasts and CEOs of account-serving entities to speak on bridging communities with Rafiki. So I'll invite Roberto Valdovinos, Adrian Hope Bailey, Rob Reeve, Julie Guetta, and Ene Pungakar.
Hello. It works, right? Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here and have the chance to speak about a subject that is often, maybe too often overlooked until we stump into it and then we have to go back and rethink about things. Bridging communities with Rafiki. Cross-border remittances and compliance for account servicing entities, right? What is the issue? The issue is that many times, if we had read the small letters, right, in contracts, in regulations, we might have saved a lot of time. And that's a hard thing. So in no panel will you have the time to discuss in detail what compliance and regulation involves, especially for cross-border payments. But we can point to the issue so that in your specific use cases, you can actually find the right solutions faster, get to look into the right experts depending on your specific use case, and take the most of the technology we're all helping build in a way that is the most useful for people and for your region. So for making that work, we have an incredible list of panels.
We had to cancel. I've got another one though where I worked at a challenger bank as the COO where we had an artificial intelligence and our regulator saying you need to have better manual processes. And our answer was no, we're not going to invest heavily in people, technology will help us. To the point that the bank has gone on and sued and won against the regulator to have an AI-driven bank. So from a regulatory perspective, the key point is, if you're small, you can get away with things at the edges, and if you've got more to try to develop and build, push the boundaries. It's not always a no. Sometimes you can get there. But ignoring a regulator is a dangerous thing. So as a general message, the first thing I do when I start engagement with anybody is, how is your regulatory discussion going? And it's the first cold look expression on their face that tells you how good or bad that conversation is at that point in time.
That's an advice. That's a good advice. We'll discuss that in a moment. And hey, please, any anecdotes that you can tell us?
Yeah, well, I founded GateHub. It's going to be 10 years this year, actually November. And we started as a blockchain native company, meaning that there was absolutely zero regulation, but since the beginning, we knew it's probably going to look very similar to how existing e-money regulation looked like, especially on the stablecoin issuing side of things. So I'm jokingly saying that this year, I'm spending half of my time filling out in-hand due diligence forms for keeping our own bank accounts, and the other half of the time I'm spending helping the team to build better processes so that we're better than all the other competitors, because I do believe that we can take compliance as an opportunity to make better UX, even though it's quite a lot of things that are required from us as being a regulated financial institution. But not necessarily everything needs to be bad. I think banks are really bad at this, so fintech should be way better than this. For example, I had a great experience with Revolut. Their business onboarding is by far the best I've ever experienced, and it's like in a couple of minutes I was able to get our main bank account with Revolut open, and I hope that we'll be able to build something like that with GateHub in the next couple of weeks.
Amazing. Julie, please.
I think today I want to share more about like the go live of basically the previous company I work for. So we were implementing settlement system, a next-gen settlement system for wholesales, cross-border payments. So basically like cross-border bank-to-bank payments. And I joined the company. Prior to joining, they were running a pilot live, but they decided to do a technology refresh, and so like took down the pilot. And when I joined, like we were like, okay, we're gonna go live on the next version, like, you know, quite soon, working out the roadmap with the engineering team and so on. And then what happened is we quickly, so the network like was basically a blockchain-based network, and it was a joint venture between like one main actor in Singapore, and also like one Singaporean bank, one of the main bank, and one of the big global transactional bank. And the first flow was payments between the Singapore and US, right? So SGD, USD payments. So then we come and we're like, yeah, we're gonna put the network live. Except that one day the CEO of the company arrived and said, we are not going to be able to go live without more regulatory approval for one of the banks. Because we're a fintech, we were not regulated in the US, but the bank was regulated in the US. So it's like, okay, what kind of timelines are we talking about? We don't know. They need to do more check, because this is going to be like the first time that the bank is running a blockchain-based network and have a digital ledger, native digital ledger. Okay. And so I remember this period when every day we would come to the office and we would look, waiting for the CEO coming and be like, so, any news? To the point that at some point we even stopped asking the question and he would be like, just, okay. So this period lasted like about basically 3 to 4 months. And then finally, like they got the OCC approval, which is the Office of the Controller of the Currency. And so we're like, yeah, we're gonna go live now. Like, so we defined the one book of the day. Obviously, like, you know, we are working in financial services industry, so the go live is on a weekend. So there is no AC in the office on the weekend, which is a big thing for Singapore because it's quite warm. So we bought portable AC, we have lots of food. We start like, you know, rolling through the run book in the middle of the night, and then we carry on through the day. So as I'm on my way to the office, I try to buy just some coffee for the team, right? I pay with my card, and my card is with the second network participant, the Singaporean bank. It's basically rejected. For some reason, it's not working. I'm like, okay, no problem. I'll pay with a different card. And then I arrive in the office, and I ask the team, like, oh, by the way, like, did you guys try to pay with your card from this bank? Because it's not working. And they're like, yeah, it's not working. And actually, like, there is a massive interruption of their services. Turns out that we had then to stop going through the run book because all the team needed to focus on this problem. And then after this, like, because this bank has had several interruptions during the year, the Singaporean regulator has put a ban on any new delivery of IT services which is not related to resilience and security.
Okay, so you're trying to scare the audience, right? No. Okay, that's a very interesting point. Let's jump to Adrian to see how. Any anecdote?
Yeah, I mean, mine's short and sweet. We started Feinbos in August 2021. And our, the founders, we were all ex-Coil employees, and the goal was to build a digital wallet that could support Interledger. And I had a pitch deck, and we used to go to all these partners. We were targeting the US market, and we'd go to partners and say, look, this is this vision for Interledger, this is what we want to build. And we weren't getting anywhere. And often the question I was getting asked is like, so what are your volumes? What's your expected volumes? And it took me a really long time to realize that when people are asking you about your volumes, it doesn't necessarily mean they want to know they're big. They're not necessarily worried about whether you're going to be bringing them a lot of business. Often it's the guy in compliance who's like, let's hope they're starting small. And it took me probably about 6 months before we worked with a partner, and their head of compliance said to me, can we do a crawl, walk, run strategy? And then the light bulb came on. I was like, okay. They actually want us to go slow.
That's a very interesting anecdote. So based on that, I would like to jump to 3 advices based on your experience that you would give the audience on these matters. Basically, when we speak about compliance issues, especially for cross-border, right? We're speaking about how to read regulations when several circumscriptions, several countries, several regions are involved. We're speaking about who the regulators are in those cases and what the message should be. And then about the fact of sharing information between parties, right? I'm speaking, I mean, KYC, there's the sender and there's the recipient. KYC, there's the sending bank, the receiving bank, the correspondent bank, the transfer systems. So everything that you have to follow when you're concerned with a transfer becomes 3 times harder when you're doing cross-border. And what's worse, there is no manual, there is no guidebook for people to understand. So I think what you're saying in these anecdotes is that you can only become an expert by actually trying things and having your bank blocked by the Singapore Monetary Authority, for instance. That's a very good experience. So it won't happen again, right? So in that sense, I don't know if we can be like concise on 3 key advices that we could give the audience with respect to how to think of the steps to be compliant when you're building a cross-border system. Should we start with you, Adrian, this time?
I'll try and be concise. I think the first one that we discovered is nobody knows what's going on. Cross-border is the Wild West. Like, the reason why it's still such an evolving industry, I think, is there isn't a rule book, there isn't a manual. Each country central bank is mostly just concerned about their own payment system and their own country. Cross-border is kind of much more market-driven, much more driven by people who have interests in seeing cross-border work. That's changing. I think it's a key part of the UN's development goals and so on. But there's, I forget who said it, but there's a sort of a quote around understanding why things work by looking for the incentives. And I think there's no incentives really for central banks to go and make cross-border work. That's changing, but I think that is one thing to bear in mind. Like, everybody out there is sort of figuring things out still. I remember, so the second on that is don't assume, my second bit of advice I'd give myself is don't assume like there's a solution already out there and you've just got to find it. I was very surprised when I joined Ripple 10 years ago at what they were proposing as sort of a way to do cross-border, and I was like, that seems so obvious, like surely that's already being done, and it wasn't, and it still isn't, in fact. So that would be my second, and then third, there's no person called the regulator. Everyone talks about speaking to the regulator and dealing with the regulator. In the US, it's like an absolute maelstrom of different entities worrying about different things. Different countries are different. Sometimes there's clear direction from a central bank or regulatory authority. Sometimes it's purely like market driven. In the US, the way compliance works is there's a whole bunch of people with some authority that sit back and watch what's happening, and if somebody steps out of line, they give them a fine, and everybody else goes, okay, cool, we won't do that anymore. So yeah, it's really challenging. I think compliance and regulation, and as a result, most compliance, or most businesses, especially in fintech, are in this place where there's this tension between trying to be innovative and trying to do new things, and compliance is this like fear-based operation where we're just trying to make sure we never get a big fine or go to jail or get into trouble, and you've got to sort of figure out this balance between the two.
Those are very good advices, and I'm sure they have to do with your experience at Finbus, building Finbus. So I would like to jump directly to Anay and his experience building a GateHub for that matter, with respect to the same issue.
Yeah, well, we started blockchain native, so basically we started with stablecoin, and probably at the same time as Adrian was at Ripple, I was already founding GateHub. So back then it was quite simple. Someone should issue stablecoins, and we would have non-custodial wallets, and voila, everything would magically work. And I still think that most of the people are looking at stablecoins like that. However, there is an existing regulation in Europe and like Singapore and elsewhere as well that is quite strict when it comes to cross-border payments. In Europe, we call that transfer of fund regulation. Europe is now actually also creating an additional authority because they don't trust individual regulators inside Europe to handle AML properly. So they're building another entity, agency in Frankfurt, which is going to directly oversee all the strategic banks plus high-risk companies such as us, which is virtual asset service providers and crypto asset service providers. So there is a lot of regulation coming, and it's going to be quite difficult to follow everything. So I would continue maybe with the best advice, just try to keep pace with regulation all the time. Like, stay up to date, informed what's going on. Usually they publish everything like 1 or 2 years in advance, so you should theoretically have enough time to prepare, although you never do, because when the date hits, even with the upcoming markets in crypto asset regulation, like everything should be already ready by the end of this year, although most of the European countries decided to prolong the regulatory effective date for at least 6 months, up to 18 months in some cases. So it's coming. There's not going to be any way to avoid it. At least for a period of time, non-custodial wallets and stable coins will be able to exist. But I believe that already MiCA 2.0 is going to address the non-custodial wallet providers and everything that's currently not being brought into scope of this regulation. So just keep up to speed with what's going on, have an open communication with the regulators, although, like Adrian said, there is not like a single person that would magically know or have all the answers. And so we'll see how it goes. I'm still quite optimistic. At least regulation is coming, which will hopefully open the doors so that we can start working with the bigger banking players and maybe get them excited about working with protocols like Interledger to finally try to bridge the gap on all of it. But it's going to be a long process. It's not going to be as quick as we hoped initially.
Very good. Thanks, Anay. Julie, in your experience implementing cross-border systems, 3 advices that you would give the people here in this room.
I think for me, one of the anecdotes that we all share, and again, like what was mentioned today, is that engage with the regulators with a S as soon as possible in your project, because they are probably the invisible party of your project team, but definitely the most influential one. My second one would be with the fine points. When it comes to understanding regulation is effectively really going into details and understanding as well that we shouldn't assume anything because it works in a certain way in one jurisdiction, especially when it comes to things like KYC, data privacy, data localization. There is loads of variations depending on the jurisdiction you are operating. And I would say, last one, I would a bit echo what you said, which is regulators don't come with new regulation overnight. Especially these days, there is a lot of consultation usually. So be part of this working group so that you know what's coming.
Thank you, Julie. Rob, please.
I can give more than 3, unfortunately, but I'll limit it to 3. In terms of advice, if you're not sure where to start at the FATF, the Financial Actions Task Force. It's the body that sits across everybody. It's how all the regulators judge each other, bizarrely. Do not underestimate the fear of a regulator to go onto a grey list. I was talking to the Central Bank of Mauritius last year, and they have just come off the grey list, and that was their biggest fear with the new payment scheme that was being introduced, that this would drag them back onto that. Why is that important? It affects the trade of a country. their ability of money flowing in and out. So the comment the regulators aren't worried about cross-border didn't used to be a problem until they realized the value of cross-border transactions. So start with fat F. Start your journey early, not because it's hard. Most compliance is there to stop people who forgot to apply common sense. The age-old joke, common sense is the least common of the senses. But people do things without thinking through how they're protecting people. If you follow that process and mantra through whatever you're designing and can explain it, the explanation is the part that's going to take the time. Regulators do not like change. They're the worst kind of IT change manager. Change is not good because we don't understand change. If you can explain things in a plain, simple way, they will read that. You will not talk to them, I agree. There is not a human being. It is a machine. But that's because they're actually human beings sitting behind a wall going, what are these people trying to do? It looks okay, but I'm scared. The conversations take place behind closed doors so they can actually understand it amongst themselves. Therefore, there will be misinterpretation. You know, I'm on a founders group in the UK. Of all the fintech founders, about 500 of them. The biggest complaint is, anybody have a quick response from the regulator? It's 6 to 12 months is the window. And the UK can be fast. So go in early because it's going to take you some time. And then to echo the comments, you know, we use the terms European Union and cross-border. You know, cross-border in Europe is easy because it's all euro. No, it's not. BaFin, the German regulator, has different regulations on how you identify a human being to the Italian, to the French, to, well, basically every single one's different. Exactly the same in the US. You have 50 states. National sort of applies. But global and common standards across everybody is not there yet. It will come, and that's an area that I think is quite important, that it needs to be harmonized, but it's not going to happen overnight. That's regulation changing. So if you are doing cross-border, don't just focus on your regulator, focus on the other end of the corridor to make sure you understand their regulations as well. Taking money coming out of the US as a simple example, and to Julie's comment about the fact that there's more than one regulator, yeah, the Treasury are interested as well. They want to know that someone sent more than a certain amount. The joke in the industry is that Western Union got one of their largest fines because they transmitted more than $10,000, didn't report it. There were two separate legal entities, but the judge ruled, you're Western Union, you're one entity, therefore the fine applies for this case. So be aware of what the regulation means and how it might be interpreted is a very important key. And there is more than one, the financial regulator, the data protection registers, all of these things all add up to different regulators that will monitor you. But to be quite candid, you should be aware of those as an account servicing entity anyway. But it's just getting that engagement and getting that started early so you've got plenty of time for it.
Wonderful. That's very useful, Rob. I'll just add one last point. Maybe we often think that regulation and compliance is a matter of the legal team, right? In fact, it's not. It's not at all. Everyone who has an executive position, and even people under that, should really be aware of what the regulation is in their circumscription and the circumscriptions they want to connect to, right? That is a game changer. Because often, I mean, in my experience working with entities in Latin America and a little bit in the US, regulators have a lot of experience, but the people you're talking to do not necessarily know all the rules that they are referring to. And they do not know it so well sometimes, which is funny. And if you take the time to really read them, you can help build a process to your advantage. And that creates a space of confidence for you to work with your team and to work with the regulators directly. So don't expect the legal team to be the one guiding this. It should be all of you understanding even the spaces of opportunity that regulations sometimes have. Now, I want to drive a little bit this discussion towards the case of remittances. Remittances, as we all know, is a category of cross-border payments, right? It's one which is becoming more and more important. We're speaking of payments that maybe are not as big as other cross-border payments, taken individually, right? They are small payments in value. However, they are massive, and they are growing when you take them as a whole. many regions are from India, Mexico, China, many other countries are sending incredible amounts of remittances. And one thing which is very surprising is how, if you compare FDI, foreign direct investment, to the remittance, the rate of growth, you will realize that remittances are growing much, much more. So that's a very important opportunity to promote the growth of many regions, to take advantage of remittances. That's an issue which is complex because you cannot just take people's money to use it for development, but you need to integrate that money into a flow of development. That's something we're going to discuss tomorrow. As for today, what's very important here is that becomes harder. We know it's important, but often we're speaking of people who are under-identified, under-documented, right? Underrepresented. They might not have the correct IDs to get an account, to initiate a transfer. They often manage cash, either to send or to receive money. So if cross-border has a series of complexities that I'm sure you will be discussing offline with each one of the people here, if we go to remittances, it's even harder. So I would like you to comment, if possible, guys, on what do you think the role of remittances is going to be with respect to your experiences and the extra complexities that you find in that matter. I know there's entities here that are working with remittances too, so it's going to be interesting for everyone, I'm sure. Who wants to start? I let it.
Maybe I can tackle this one. I already think that stablecoins already are taking over remittances, although, like I said earlier, while it's easy to do it now, it's going to become more and more complicated. So I do hope that crypto companies and blockchain-based companies are going to keep up with the pace of regulation. Although, as soon as you do become regulated, then your regulator is going to have an issue if you're serving the underrepresented group. There's a reason why they're underrepresented, right? So, I mean, regulators are simply afraid for you, especially if you're a crypto company, that you also serve high-risk citizens of God, you know, whatever country that they're not familiar with. So at least on the short term, I do see stablecoins as a temporary solution, although they will need to be fully integrated into existing legislation and into existing financial services. So we are slowly showing off the cart that we're doing and just connecting the non-custodial wallets and stablecoins and crypto world with debit card. It's quite a challenging process, as you can probably remember from your days at the telecom, right? Yeah. So yeah, short-term stablecoins, long-term we'll see.
Can I go next? Because it's interesting. Like for me, stablecoins is just a payment rails for remittance, right? It's one of the way, and I think like one of the key points is what you said, like trigger my thought around like financial literacy. And to your point around like stablecoin regulation, actually depending on which corridor you're looking at, as a customer, my protection is not the same, right? I think here we breathe payments every day, so we know exactly what we're stepping into when we deciding on the payment rails to use, right? I don't think this is true for underrepresented group of, okay, what are the options over here? And also like, what does that mean in terms of the protection of my money? The second thing, and I think this is why it's important that remittances is a specific category under the G20 roadmap, which focus is enhancing cross-border payment overall, is you're often like, looking at corridors where you have a liquid currency versus an illiquid currency. And that impact a lot your cost, right? And the speed of the payment as well. So thinking right away of what are your business model when you want to target this market is quite key. And in a sustainable way, right? It would be the second thing I'm thinking of. And to your question around what is the future of remittances, like I would echo what you said around like, I see more rails and like, diverse sets of technology being used to target some markets which are difficult to target because they are today like not commercially viable.
Rob, you have lots of experience with remittances in Telefonica. Can you?
Yeah, including bizarrely trying to think how the payphone boxes could be used as a cash-in mechanism. We did have that as a project for a while in Telefonica Las Cabinas. It was quite an interesting one. Remittances, I think, the commercial model is probably the more important. How your money gets in is your first part. How you make that as simple as low cost as possible is really important. But if you don't know how your end-to-end is going to work, when the money gets to the receiving country, the cash out becomes the problem. Telcos have put themselves into a problem that over-the-counter is basically sustaining an industry that wasn't really their long-term vision, which is the over-the-counter. Paying those agents is not cheap. That's your commercial model disappearing quickly. So think through how the money's going to get across those borders, getting into your system and out of the system. Everyone hopes that they will have an ecosystem that will keep the money in, so it doesn't need to leave. But that's a panacea. The joke I have with every time I meet Visa is they are a closed-loop payment system despite what they claim. A very large one, but you have to be a Visa member to use the Visa rails. That makes you closed-loop, full stop. And they agree to that when you actually push that boundary with them. They try to say we're an open payments network. They're not. So know that there is the opportunity. So understanding that model, how you're going to move the money. Then when you start moving money, remember that all those currencies have different units. You can send 1 million of one currency and it's a lot of money to a currency where that's not a lot of money and it turns into trillions. Therefore, the decimal places and the rounding impact should not be underestimated. People will use your system to potentially commit arbitrage, the process of I'll send in one country and back out via the other. And learn when you're sending, what is the black market economy doing for cash remittances? So we were trying to send money into Algeria, and the exchange rate was 50% better in the markets than it was from any financial institution, because the people who wanted the dollars wanted it in cash, and therefore they were willing to pay that bit extra in local currency to get the dollars. That economic pressure should not be underestimated when you look at your money flows. There are usually reasons why people are happy with cash, even though it's not.
How was that solved in that case?
It's not. It's more a case of customer adoption, of a case of how are they building it. I think the best example that I ever heard was from the Colombians about the fact that how being legalized and making sure you're acting equitably and fairly in your country actually makes the economy fairer. For many, it's the case of I don't want this legislation. It's a complex challenge. Even a decade on, I'm not seeing anybody really addressing it, other than as a nation, you go, no, actually, there is a benefit. The challenge is that once this money starts becoming visible, the regulator immediately taxes it. Look at every one of the mobile wallets around the world. Taxation against those, just for the sake of taxation, rather than just seeing where it goes, is going to slow it down. So it's one of those getting regulators to stop and realize, look, give it time and it will grow, rather than, oh, good, it's an immediate opportunity. That's the challenge, and that's a very tough one to try and address.
Right. Please, Adrian.
I have a lot of thoughts. I'm trying to put them into something coherent. I guess 15 years ago, it was very hard to innovate in this space. And I think it's kind of maybe underappreciated how much cryptocurrencies and blockchain have done, not in terms of replacing what's there, but pushing boundaries and forcing people to rethink access. If I think about like underrepresented groups and the fact that a huge number of remittances inbound into Africa, for example, would be from diaspora, people all over the world. A lot of the recipients here would prefer not to receive local currency. They'd prefer to receive something that holds value longer, like USD. But until very recently, that's next to impossible, right? But now I can hold USDC. If I've got a cash out rail in country, I could hold USDC maybe for a few weeks and then cash it out and get local currency when I need it. So like, I think there's really interesting things happening in this space as a result of things like crypto and blockchain pushing some boundaries and changing how people think about the space. I'll leave it there. I think we move on to some.
If I might add, since you mentioned the circle, and you and I are working on this cool pilot connecting two countries. And in the old days, I would explain the difference between Interledger and, let's say, stablecoins or blockchain. I would say, look, Interledger is similar to Visa and MasterCard network. It's going to be highly efficient end-user to end-user payment rail or protocol. But ultimately, under the hood, you're still going to need to have a better settlement system. So, and as a settlement system, I still believe stablecoins are going to be the one that are going to be used. I don't really like CBDCs and crap like that because it's just we're spending billions of euros and dollars on some research and some agencies that are not going anywhere. I do believe that existing retail stablecoins will probably at some point kind of transition into more corporate stablecoins. And yeah, like I mentioned, Interledger as a replacement for Visa and MasterCard, and stablecoins as a replacement for, I don't know, RTGSs or SWIFT of the world.
Before we move on, sorry.
Final point, so that was the other one that I couldn't coherently bring in, but thanks for closing the gap for me. I think for us, when we started out, and I mentioned, there's not this person called the regulator that you can just call up. That's from the perspective of you're a small business trying to, you have an idea of a problem you want to solve, and there's this thing called the payments industry and this regulator that you have to talk to. There's this huge hump you have to cross to innovate in financial services. And I think that's really what crypto did, was to really lower the boundaries. You can go and experiment. You can do the kind of stuff that startups want to do to test concepts, to try things out without having to go and find a bank partner or talk to a regulator or whatever the case may be. And I think that's woken up regulators to the fact that they need to be more open. Judy mentioned it, but I think that's relatively new. Anyone sort of looking at the industry today thinks, oh, well, the regulators are open to chat. Historically, that wasn't always the case. They only talked to banks. Banks were the custodians of this whole industry, and that was, if you wanted to do anything, you did it through a bank or you were a bank. So I think that's also an important consideration, because at the end of the day, payments is a scale game. Nobody builds, speaking to the business model point, nobody builds a successful business around payments unless they hit massive scale. And somehow you've got to get from, I've got this cool idea, I don't have a lot of money, to I've got enough scale to build a sustainable business. And crossing that chasm is, I think, getting easier and easier. And I think the net effect of that is remittances are going to get cheaper.
Absolutely. Sorry, Rob, we're going to jump to the last part because we would like to have maybe one or two questions in the end. We're already speaking of the last point, which is the future of cross-border regulation and Rafiki, right? Rafiki as a possible solution or other solutions you might have in mind. But I would like to ask you just to take some seconds, 30 seconds, a quick. So where do you see things going? We're already speaking of that, and where do you see your work going with respect to that world that you imagine as the future? Rob, if you want to start.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up on the other point because it does fit into this as well. The part on the underrepresented, you also have the KYC process becomes extraordinarily complex. And I think that's the area for the future of cross-border regulation. The effort on, okay, what does identification look like? People say they don't like anonymous payment schemes. In the European Union, we've had them since 2006. They were called prepaid cards. The regulation has changed, but they are foundations of having anonymous payments. So that process of anonymity cross-border exists today, despite what the claims are. It does exist because you can take a card and spend using the schemes cross-border. It's an anonymous payment. Taking that into remittances and having all the data points that are needed to say, okay, is this concentration of cross-border payments into an individual or group of individuals becomes an important measure. I can get into that into a long-winded conversation later, but from a philosophical, that part is, I think, the area that needs to be looked at and pushed forward, is that how do you push down to the bottom and still ensure compliance and safety?
Absolutely. Julie.
I think for me, and it's again, show up in these discussions that the future of cross-border payments is definitely fragmented, right? Because we're talking about more and more solutions, like traditional way of remitting money, stablecoin, and so on. So for me, one of the things is how do we build bridges? But building bridges without making any compromise, which is tough, right? Because if, for example, I think of the module loop payment flow, right? We use the cryptographic lock and the Interledger protocol to reduce the cost of processing a payment, increase the certainty of the payment being done, so effectively, better customer experience. When we connect to a different payment rails, how do we keep that? considering the other payment rails is not using this right, is, I think, one of the key challenges. So building bridges without compromise.
Thanks. Adrian, do you want to give your final thoughts on the future of cross-border?
I think, I agree strongly with what Rob and Julia are saying. I think where Rafiki comes into this is the open standards and the open protocols. I think, to Rob's point, solving the KYC and shared data and so on is critical. Ultimately, all of these systems, again, exist in this tension between data sharing and data privacy and laws in each country that govern both. And finding efficient ways to do that so that the total cost of the system is as low as possible, and you can actually service, these small value use cases efficiently. So I think the Interledger stack has a lot of promise there, where you've got, the universal clearing system of Interledger, and then you've got open payments, and so all of that in Rafiki. And open payments needs to evolve, and I think can play a pioneering role here in how do you do the data exchange bit for compliance. And I think you guys are already starting to test some of that and innovate in that space at PCH. So yeah, I think that's a key piece of the future of cross-border is figuring out how that's going to work cross borders and coming up with a global standard or some mechanism that everybody can agree on, because that brings down costs overall.
N.A., please.
Yeah, well, I think the future of cross-border regulation is going to be more regulation. And as far as Rafiki is concerned, I think you should invite me and Adrian next year to report how those pilots are going to pan out. I'm quite optimistic as of now.
That's a very good ending, because as you might know, Adrian and Nene are working on an incredible peering using Rafiki for their account servicing entities, the wallets they have in different countries. They will be speaking more about this during the summit, I think. And if you have any doubts, this has been a general panel, because we think of this as an introduction of anecdotes, questions, key issues. Please take the time to speak to this wonderful lady, wonderful gentleman who are taking the time to be here, who have a lot of experience on cross-border and account servicing entities, and who are now implementing Rafiki, as several of us are too. So take the time and keep enjoying this wonderful summit. Thanks for being here. Bueno. There's no time for questions. We wanted question time, sorry.
Okay, so the focus of this summit is on bridging worlds. I don't know if everyone here appreciated the whole context and insights from the various panelists from various parts of the world. Thank you to Roberta and the panelists for such an insightful conversation. So just allow us to do a quick stage reset. And we'll move directly into our next conversation. I'm going to invite Michael Mbuthia and Sorel to join us on stage.
Good morning. Is it morning or it's already afternoon, right? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a panel on building digital public infrastructure, a case for digital public infrastructure, and mainly focusing on the role that BankServAfrica has done. It's one of the panels that comes very very instructive after the previous discussion on cross-border payments. BankServAfrica is the institution that has been mandated by the Reserve Bank, the Central Bank of South Africa, to facilitate national payments in South Africa. So for that, allow me to introduce you Mr. Sarel. Mr. Sarel from BankServAfrica is a strategic research officer and Africa Strategic Business Development Officer for BankServAfrica. As a business and strategy management consultant, Sarel has worked in a range of industries. He has multiple degrees and is also an accredited chartered certified accountant. He joined BankServ in 2018 and is responsible for multiple verticals in BankServ. Most prominently, he was a lead designer for the cross-border payment system currently running in BankServ, that is transactions cleared on an immediate basis, also known as TCIB, and most recently headed the strategy development for BankServAfrica, development for the TCIB mobilization and effort growth. But that's what is just on the paper. Let me just say that we've done a lot of market mobilization activities with Sarel. One time we went to a central bank and, being techies and business guys, we forgot our ties. We forgot how to suit up. So imagine me and Sarel trying to look for ties in the middle of the night so that we can attend a central bank meeting together. So we are good friends and I'm happy to be moderating this panel. So we'll do it slightly differently. I'll just start and go to the next slide. So what we'll do is that as opposed to a panel engagement, we will present what the value proposition of BankServ, just give you an understanding of what it took for BankServ to build a cross-border value proposition, both on TCIB and their latest value proposition, which is a retail payment system called PayShap. So we'll go through and define who is BankServAfrica, what are faster payments in the understanding of BankServ, and how they're driving digital financial inclusion and building the rails in South Africa. So I will hand it over to Sarel, and Sarel will take us through the presentation, and maybe you can stand or use the podium. Please give a round of applause to Sarel and a good friend. Sarel.
Thanks. Thanks, Big Mike. I don't know if I'm in the way of this screen. I might just opt for the podium. It might just be easier. After that lofty introduction, Mike, I don't know who you're talking about almost. Yeah, I think the previous conversation at least speaks a lot of the instances and challenges we've been facing. Even though we have the designation, we have that little badge that says we're regulatory endorsed, I think it doesn't prevent or circumvent that we also face all the challenges that you guys mentioned just now. In saying that, hopefully everyone at some level is familiar with who BankServ is. There's a nice little description there, but ultimately we are the designated licensed PSO, so payment system operator for South Africa. We are the biggest and the oldest in Africa, though I don't know whether that means much with the rate of change and disruption in technology that we're experiencing. But at least it does provide some level of trust and credibility. I think we sometimes get referred to as plumbing, which is probably more apt, that we sit behind all the financial services and only really get recognized if something goes wrong, which hopefully seldom happens. But as far as this relates to whether we're a digital public infrastructure, or in our case it'd probably be more apt to say digital public-private infrastructure, given our mutualization and the fact that we are owned by the banks and we serve the banks, which hopefully will change in the future. We still abide by the World Bank's definition or terminology of what a digital payments infrastructure is. So at least as the three pillars that we see there at the bottom, it's identification, so being able to securely verify identities, transferring money, which is the payments one, and the data exchange, which is really making sure that transparency and data is captured between the governments and the businesses and the payments that flow. So at a glance, this is what we are, what we currently, our legacy is. What does it mean for the future? And really this is where we're going to pivot and try and evolve with the times and with the vehicles that we're going to talk about a little bit later, to say how do we play a more active and evolved role within cross-border and domestic payments, and more specifically instant or faster payments. So the vision there is ambitious, and I think it should be. We want to be the enabler for sustainable economic growth through inclusive payments. How do we get there? And that's the mission, and that's two sides to a coin. Sustainable payment solution really just means it's the market really wants it and uses it, but it's collaborative. It's not a build it, they will come scenario. It's we have to work with the markets, we have to work with the participants to define and design something that's fit for purpose. This is also not an either or, and it might be a little bit small there, but it's not to say we're going to either do the banked or the unbanked. It's converging and joining these two so that we serve a holistic, inclusive market. Ambitious, we know, but I think it's yet again a worthwhile endeavor. It might be just a point in time now to just say that it gives me a lot of encouragement to see in the discussions that we've been having up until now around these shared goals with everyone sitting in this room at least, as far as the inclusivity of payments and thinking about how do we solve these issues collectively, as opposed to how we can make money or how do we solve specific niches. So why did we choose faster payments, and really what's the link with the DPI and faster payments? I think it's worthwhile starting what's the link between financial services and financial inclusion. At a screenshot and a high level, and maybe to start with a common understanding of financial inclusion, this really relates to having access to and having use of widespread, reasonable priced financial services. Underemphasized is that reasonably priced part. I think we really have to put that at the forefront, given, especially demographics, given the use and adoption risk that if we don't get that right. But that usually is what's referred to as financial inclusion. In saying that, it starts with a transaction account. You need a store of value. You need somewhere to receive and send payments. Transaction account can mean different things in different spheres and demographics and domestic jurisdictions, but ultimately that's your start point and also your gateway. If you look at that busy diagram there's a lot of tables in there. It might seem bleak if you think about this is the Global Financial Inclusion Index. But it might not be as bleak as some might say. I think there's a good base to work from. And the last point on the slide really is to say that maybe there's a success story or reference that we can use by way of the Asian and Latin American countries and saying, if you've got the digitally enabled financial systems, expediting and fast-tracking the inclusion becomes less of a hassle and a lot more expedient. So how to make this real, and I took Rob's lead to, from a regulatory point of view, and if you think public policy and public goals, it usually comes down to bottom line, it comes back to trade, it comes back to commercials. 1% increase in electronic payments usually results in a 0.1% GDP growth, which in itself is quite significant. A key enabler to how we see the electronic payments growing is the uptake of the mobile money, which is yet again something that we should not compete with, but absorb and use in all of our designs and solutioning. It's another vehicle, another attribute, a contribution factor that we can incorporate into our thinking and our solutioning. So that might be electronic payments and it might be financial inclusion, but really how do we get to the faster payments? And if you think about inclusivity, you usually think about the man on the street. What's practical? What are you competing against? And usually that is cash. So faster payments, by virtue, would be the base start point, at least from our perspective. There's a little bit of humor in there. I don't know, for those that don't know, that's the South African rugby player. And the little slogan there is, faster than a debit order on payday. If you can get as fast as a winger in the South African rugby team, I think we can all go home and we've achieved the goal. But there is a debit order, which this is probably credit push. That's maybe the only distinction. So faster payments known by multiple names, instant, real-time, near real-time, immediate, rapid payments. It all really speaks to the same thing, having funds immediately available 24/7, 365. And the four real ways that this is linked to And there's a bit of animation, but so everyone gets a spoiler alert. But the 4 real ways that you can link this to financial inclusion is the network effect. So as you entrench this into your environments, whether retail, business, or people, it really talks to having that stimulant or catalyst effect for being widespread, being ubiquitous, and then having the underserved or underbanked, firstly acknowledging and recognizing these as feasible and viable ways to transact, and then also hopefully having that stimulant effect that they'll also use it. Secondly, it needs to be low cost and immediate. I think that's the irrevocable as well, we can throw in there as well. So the same surety and trust that you would have from making a payment, making sure that it's immediately in your bank account or in your hand is effectively what's salient and relevant for end user. A faster payment system in itself, not as a service but as a holistic solution, should provide a level of competition and innovation. And this is what we've seen and experienced when we did our referencing and research. And that ultimately would create some level of market forces as well. The fourth one there is the enablement of other features that are complementary. And this is where you can see elements like the mobile apps, the QR codes, which really just ups the usability and the appeal at the commercial level, at a market level. So this is the 4 ways that you can really see it linked back into financial inclusion in the backdrop of still being a digital payment. And the quiet part out loud is, how does this compete against cash? Probably a number 9 that's not on this list is probably anonymity, in which case I think that's probably where faster payments would lose out. But there you can see comparatively, this is a really feasible way to start driving and getting towards the financial inclusion goals that we set for ourselves. So that includes settlement, includes availability, inclusivity, usability. If you think about the store and retail use, convenience, the consumer, so the security that's embedded that cash might not always have, the affordability factor, and then the spend control. If we think about what's the success factors that we have to consider when we did our designs for both TCIB and PayShap, it usually, and the Bank of International Settlement has a nice piece written about this, it usually comes down to these 4 domains. It's user-focused infrastructure, rules, and governance. In saying that, I know that the previous panel, and I share a lot of the sentiments around the regulators and their involvement, and either being a detractor or enabler, it is that you would need some level of ownership or backing at FPS level. Just from a governance perspective, I think it's difficult to get around it. But in saying that, there is some insights and learnings that the panel previously mentioned that it's worthwhile incorporating. So starting early, working with them, making sure you are aligned to public goals will always be relevant. As far as participation, I think it's a non-negotiable that you have to include not the conventional banking role players, but increase that to the more unconventional non-bank PSPs and other elements or layers of participant. When you think about the participant model around your first mile, last mile, you have to include them in your rules and you have to include them in your base participant model. Last one is thinking about the use cases, how simple and easy this could be, and your links back into your cross-border. Keeping it simple for a consumer. The consumer does not need to know what the back end looks like, the multiple levels of integration, how settlement takes place. But really thinking about the use case and making it simple from one interface to send money wherever. So this is what we tried to do, or at least I think we've solved part of it, and we've got some successes that I'll lead into now. So it's a bit tongue-in-cheek to say the right vehicles. I think this is a bit biased. Banks have always, will say it's the right vehicles, given that we've landed on them. But if you think about domestically from a PayShap perspective, there's a little timeline at the bottom. We started way back in 2017. This was ultimately, at that point, still termed RPP, which is Rapid Payments Program. And then ultimately the name changed into the service we know today as PayShap. And hopefully everyone in this room has a PayShap ID. If you do not, please get a PayShap ID and make your PayShap payments as speedily and quickly as possible. But it was an industry-led program. So as I mentioned up front, the idea that this is co-created holds a lot of value. As instead of hard selling or instead of pushing something and building something and hoping everyone will join. The intent was always the same. It needs to be real-time, low-cost, interoperable, and interoperable is extremely vital and core to both TCIB and PayShap. It also provided the stimulus and the platform or base for BankServAfrica to evolve into what we call BankServ 2.0, which is a platform business. And that also links back to your ISO 222 being message rich and having that scheme capability, which is not mentioned there, but acting as a scheme. And I know scheme means different things to different people, but ultimately having that business management, governance, constitution, rule book elements embedded in your system as well, in your service as well. So, I don't know what happened to this slide, but I think it's worthwhile reflecting, and this is maybe indicative of what's different between what we knew as RTC, which is the real-time clearing that was launched in 2006. Whenever we have the conversation on PayShap, there's usually a question, but you guys have RTC, why do PayShap? And what that busy graph is trying to illustrate is PayShap was fairly steady and consistent over the last period. It was not in the traditional sense or in the conventional way of what we called faster payment systems solving for the base need. It was usually entrenched and embedded in a bank's service provisioning to its market and lost the, let's call it added or complementary value that the full bouquet would have had. So you can see that the PayShap is really increasing its volumes while RTC is staying consistent. So the overall uptake and uptick in faster payments has increased over the last 17 months since PayShap went live last year. You can see that there's 13 million unique users already in PayShap, which equates to 28% of the people over 15 in South Africa, which is a significant achievement and a significant success story. We know it's just a start and we need to build off it, but staying with the performance metrics of PayShap and the successes it's had over the last 17 months, there's just a high-level depiction. As we stand today, 48 billion rand has been processed, 76 million transactions, 4 million shop IDs, which is your unique identifier, which is usually your cell phone number, which makes it just easier yet again to not have the branch code in the bank name and the account number. It's just, you have to just remember the other person's cell phone number and then you're good to go. And this is just with the inaugural 10 participants. And the 10 participants you can see at the bottom, it's I want to say the usual culprits, but it's the bigger banks with the play within South Africa, and we've got the second tier or the next horizon of banks also joining. And ultimately, if we can get some traction at MPS Act and at regulation level, we'll see the non-banks in this space as well, which is where I think the biggest benefit and I would say snowball effect would reside. In a value proposition sense, this is what it safeguards and tries to achieve, and with providing this level of benefit. Currently, it's still 3,000 below transactions, which is the previous panelist accurately said, crawl, run, walk, or crawl, walk, run. I think this is the same sentiment. It's a lot to do with settlement risk, a lot to do with uptake and the effects this would have on the bank system. So you don't want to impose or create that level of risk up front. But in saying that, it's not going to stay at 3,000 Rand. I think there's other use cases and services that will also benefit from an instant payment service like PayShap, which we'll see that the value bands start increasing gradually over time. It's quick, easy, affordable. It needs to be safe and secure. The money is between banks and it's in real time. It's fast and final. It has to be 24/7. And then the Shap ID, as I mentioned, it makes it a lot simpler to start transacting between people as opposed to the conventional way. Yet again, that last point is probably the carrying of cash, which is a safety and security need, and this we hopefully see it in the uptick in the informal environments, which is ultimately our goal, which means the pie increase, the market increase. It's not just displacing or disintermediating existing markets, but really talking to a different use case. If we think about TCIB, which is a little bit, I would say, closer to my heart, given that I was part of the journey from inception, and I know that there's some level of sentiments, and everyone to some extent should be familiar with TCIB as a cross-border instant payment service within SADC. You'll see a lot of similarity along the design and the benefits and the value proposition. But ultimately, this was trying to solve. It was ideated and conceived within the regulatory structure. So there's some kudos and some commendment to the SADC and CCBG and the PSOC for starting this journey. But ultimately, as the previous panel mentioned, it's a longer journey than you usually would anticipate, especially if you go the multilateral route. If you go the scheme route, meaning single standard, but you get the scale, you get the adoption, that is ultimately the effect you're chasing or after. But in saying that, multilaterals take a lot longer than setting up bilaterals. It's worthwhile mentioning that the need and the requirement for the SADC region on a day-to-day basis is 8.4 million USD that's transacting, and that makes up even some countries a significant portion of their GDP, which is yet again just emphasizes and compounds the need for having cross-border systems and offerings that talk to real use and affordability and sustainability. Currently, SADC is still the most expensive, or if not one or the most expensive remittance market globally. It's very cash dependent, which means there's a lot of cost and security and safety considerations when you think about moving cash between borders. There's fragmented market use through the PSPs, and there's a lot of closed loop offerings as well, which is costly. There's a lack of digital payments options, even if you think about the trade side of things. And the flows the need just keeps increasing. So you can see the flows projected to increase yet again by 4.2% in this year. The cost, if you had to put a quantitative figure next to it, for transactions 200 and less, you're sitting around 5.8, which jumped from 4.2 from the previous year. So it's really costly if you think about the need, the diaspora, the people that are making use of these offerings, and how costly that 5.8 really is. If you think about it in a yearly view, that's $54 billion worth of transactions in 23, a slight decrease. It can be for multiple reasons, but the statement holds true at the bottom. The need for cheaper, faster, seamless, and trusted cross-border payments in SADC is a need in SADC and a global need. So what is TCIB? And this, as I mentioned, you're going to see a lot of similarity between TCIB and PayShap. Probably the fundamental difference is the way in which the participant model is structured, and the fact that the duality or the cross-domain between bank and non-bank is already entrenched and involved in the active use of TCIB today. But a key distinction there is that top orange layer, which says we're integrating by making use and not disintermediating domestic infrastructure as well. So this means that a domestic scheme, a domestic ACH, can integrate into TCIB, using that existing integrations into their environment at a domestic level with banks and non-banks and channels and usage to actually make access into a cross-border domain. And we are actively pursuing this. There's a couple of countries that are already part of a POC and a pilot to see how that could work. Alternatively, the direct integration still stands with banks, non-banks integrating into TCIB, while you can still make use of what we call PPSPs or integrators where the capability is lacking. So it's a lot of variations, but really what the essence of this diagram is showing, it's again that interoperability and collaborative nature of TCIB. It's not to disintermediate or compete or create closed loop silos, it's to make it possible and feasible for everyone to join, even at a level where commercial offerings that are existing can join into TCIB. So being the ocean, not the fish, is ultimately the end goal for TCIB. There's a couple of attributes to the right. It's just say it's real-time, low-value, low-cost, high-volume. It's multi-currency enabled from a clearing perspective, but we are reliant on the SADC RTGS as a settlement component, which the countries will, as a central settlement capability, which the countries are still in a process or progress of getting their currencies onto the SADC RTGS. It's fully interoperable, as I mentioned, cross-domain, dynamic participant model, single infrastructure, so the cost and economies of scale should reside there. And it's member-led. So member-led comes back to the scheme notion of TCIB being not just a service or a clearing service, or it's broader and bigger. There's in the governance domain of how you position services, it's usually either a regulatory scheme, association-led scheme, or commercial scheme. by virtue of BankServ sitting where it's sitting and us being the business manager and scheme manager of TCIB, this ultimately provides us with a way to straddle all three. By way of having regulatory backing and ownership of TCIB, you get the inherent involvement and support. So getting into the previous panel, that's where we might have a little bit of a leg up, although sometimes I don't necessarily know if we're getting the bang for buck there. But then there's the portion of being commercially fit, so the sustainability and market fit still resides there, but the member-led portion of this is, I think, key, where as you become a participant and a member of TCIB, ultimately a say in what the value proposition overlays, service offerings, value-added services, disputes, working committees, it provides a level of platform where you can actually participate at that level and not being at the receiving end of whatever has been decided with a regulator or a service being pushed down. So it does provide you with that level of insight and decision-making authority. Where's TCIB today? We're sitting with 57 members across 11 countries. We've got 34 members in their onboarding stages. We're currently sitting with 7 active members, so it's yet again the crawl, walk, run scenario. And I'm also, it's good to note that this is significant, although I wouldn't say banks are the be-all and end-all of participation, but we have the recent activation of a significant bank within SADC, which really increased the use numbers on a day-to-day rate. And again, builds credibility and trust, inherent or implied credibility and trust. So some significant progress in recent months for TCIB, as well with PayShap. As I mentioned, I think that eventually the idea would be that we, from a BankServ perspective and from a regional perspective, there's some level of convergence between these two, as you would like to have the ability at a consumer level to send and receive not only domestic transactions immediately, but cross-border, SADC and beyond in the future. I won't necessarily belabor this, but the value proposition, as I mentioned, I think we touched on all of it. It's the fact that the regulators are on the same platform as you with the governance structures embedded in the scheme. So you're sitting with your SADC PSOC, which is represented from the 16 central banks. So you're sitting right next to the regulator you want to discuss certain topics and challenges and issues with. It is member-led, so you have that decision-making and you have the authority and really the mandate to say what you want from the scheme and service. And ultimately, it's the compliance is embedded and entrenched, and then the operations is 24/7. So really trying to solve for the same need in the same markets as previously stated, but hopefully there's the opportunity to do this together. In saying that, I think the closing statement sort of captures exactly that. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, together. I think this is true not even for the regulators and ourselves, but also for everyone sitting in this room with their own service offering and with their own solution. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sorel. Please give him another round of applause. Both TCIB and PayShap are live, actually at one of the hackathons with Prof. Allen. One very smart gentleman was asking for PayShap APIs. So they're already thinking about how to integrate into PayShap. So thank you very much. We'll take questions if there are any. If not, we're happy to give you a few minutes back so you can go for lunch.
Thank you. My name's Charles Nias. It's been 2 interesting presentations, actually, and there's a lot of noise in my head at the moment. To kind of clarify it, and I know it's just my comments and lunch and some questions. So you know, history doesn't always repeat itself, but it often rhymes, you know. So if you look at the history in Africa over the last 20 years, you know, 20 years ago when it was in the card space, all the African countries had domestic card switches. And you had proprietary cards, and some weren't even part of the switch, and you had this whole fragmentation of card. Then Visa and MasterCard came along and basically started with international cards first, and then when the banks were used to using international cards, they said, hey, why are we running 2 things here? Let's just swap everything over to Visa and MasterCard. And it essentially killed all the proprietary businesses, and there were these inefficient domestic switches around. Some regulators try to mandate, and they're still kind of around. So that's the card story, you know. So that's a payment story. And when we look at mobile phones, same story. 15 years ago, when you get on an aeroplane, you fly into a country, the first thing you do is turn your phone off, because receiving that GSM call was going to be so expensive, you didn't know what you're going to pay. You get home to this big surprise. Then over-the-top players come along, WhatsApp, and they start, you know, and then we all start making WhatsApp calls when we arrive in a country, and now we're all making domestic WhatsApp calls. So WhatsApp is killing the GSM business as well. So now we've got mobile phones and payments hanging together, you know. So now I look at this and I go, it's quite interesting actually, you know. If you look at now where Africa's going is, you know, this instant payment report, I think it's coming out in a week or two's time. I don't know what the number's going to be, but the end game is 52 or 54 domestic instant payment deployments across Africa. Then you go, okay, tick, now we're going to have proprietary instant payment deployments. South Africa's got PayShap, everyone's got their instant payment deployments. Then we go, but surely we're creating the same friction we created in card and in GSM, and where's this all going to go? You know, and then I sit back and I look at these two and I go, well, simple. Some over-the-top player is going to come along and just destroy all of this, maybe use Interledger, whether it's now WhatsApp or WeChat or someone else with some sort of app, do that, and kind of then we're left with all these potentially defunct proprietary instant payment switches in the countries. Or BankServ sits back and goes, you know what, I'm already linked into 52 of these guys. I mean, there's technically no reason why BankServ can't launch PayShap domestically in every single country. So I'm sitting here going, who's going to win? And where's this all going to go? You know, so I don't know if that's a question or a statement, but it's going to be intriguing. That's what I want to say. Yeah.
My first question would be that I keep my strategy slides in here, but you're spot on. I think the idea is you're gonna sit with a little bit of a, not a dichotomy, but you're going to sit with existing legacy systems that are going to be fiercely protected from a domestic jurisdiction perspective. And it has to do with, I think the first panel mentioned it as well, it has to do with workforce and employment, transparency, relevance, all those things. Practically speaking, some countries will opt for, because it's just too costly to maintain and run their own domestic switches. So they'll opt for a solution like the one you just mentioned, where you have the deployment or reuse of something like a cross-border, and then you just have a single deployment of PayShap within that country. So I think it's going to be a journey, but you're quite right. Hopefully it's BankServ, and that's my bias hat again, where you'll have it, because then you'll have the inherent integration setup already existing. But it's going to be a journey because of the way they're going to defend and protect those. And there's going to be probably some compromise at some level where you're going to have ownership and governance and corporate governance arrangements that still make sense for the domestic jurisdiction. And that includes hard and sovereignty risks and all those considerations.
Absolutely. Let me just say, I know Charles Niels. We've done a bit of work together. So nice to see on the Interledger Summit. So I've been told that we're out of time, so we can take just one last question, just one question, and then we can cap it. But before I do that, for protocol purposes, I need to recognize my Member of Parliament, Madam Esther Passaris from Nairobi, Kenya. Please say hello. She is Honorable Madam Esther Passaris is my Member of Parliament and fantastic youth leader, so we really like her in Kenya. So allow me just to give this mic to one gentleman, Prof. Michael Richards, please. Oh, okay, please go first and then we can go with Mike. Yeah. Right. I didn't see you standing, my apologies.
Is it on? Yeah. No. Yeah. Hi there. My question is around using PayShap without having a bank account. You mentioned how to have a PayShap ID, you have to create one with your bank. Most people already have cell phones that already read it. They've already gone through the KYC process. A significant amount of people still use cash. They receive money through their cell phones and collect that money at retailers. Why do you not consider retailers as de facto banks? What are the thoughts and solutions around there?
Thank you. Maybe we can take two questions and then you can answer at the same time. Thank you very much, Michael Richards.
Thanks very much. So my question is about multiple regional systems. As you know, COMESA is currently in process of implementing a regional payment system EAC is much further back on the road, but they're doing it too. And there is considerable membership overlap, as you know, between the various regional organizations. What's your view about how that will eventually play out?
Probably the most difficult question. I'll start with the first one. I think you hit the nail on the head from it's sort of what we're intending to do with the interoperability from PayShap perspective and running into a bit of regulation and sort of not that it's a dead stop, but figuring out ways to get the non-banks. Because ultimately, even if you think about the wallets we have today, there's a store of value that's a bank account that sits behind it. Some positive and favorable movement is elements like the Kofi Bill, which is the revision of the MPS Act, where they want to recognize how you get the non-banks into the financial services space, and that would include a review of wallets and who can hold them and what the store of value should be or should not be that sits behind them. Once that has been formalized, I think from a PayShap perspective, it becomes very simple to start absorbing and getting into those markets. Because you're quite right, if you just think about the amount and the reach that you would have inherently sitting with your MNOs, your large telcos and your large network carriers, it's a no-brainer from a use perspective. And making it easy and simple, but with not necessarily having that cost involved and the schlep and the integration that sits with the banks as the store of value. So you're right, I think we're going to have a little bit of still dependency on the regulators changing and amending that. From a PayShap perspective, we're geared and ready to start absorbing it. On Michael's question, and I've thought about this a lot, because ultimately you'll have Pan-African, let's call it solutions like PAPs and similar offerings, which tries to solve for that you don't get stuck with region-to-region integration. I think you'll always be, the friction layer there is the governance, because of the way that the regions have partitioned themselves and they've got existing governance arrangements and structures and MOUs and arrangements with the banks. Technically, I would say even technically there's going to be some level of reconciliation and compromise that we'll have to do. If you think about distributed systems versus central systems, where does a rulebook reside, who's keeping the standard or making sure there's alignment between the standards across SLAs and settlement and whichever way you slice this. But even at a governance level, if we can get some level, and you get the African trade agreements that they can probably help with stimulating a lot of those conversations. But I don't see us getting around, we'll have to do it. I don't think there's a way in which we would not have, there's a way we can keep these siloed and hope for SWIFT or someone else to solve for how they transact between one another. So I don't necessarily have the answer to that question. I'm also looking and also hoping someone comes with a nice solution around, potentially there's a scheme of schemes that form some sort of level of integration between the different regions, or there's some way of reconciling at technical, operational, business, commercial, and regulatory level, how these regions, you can look at that overlap as potentially as bridging communities. That's another way to look at it, but that becomes a little bit sort of complex as well. But not necessarily a pretty answer to your question, Michael, but one worthwhile solving for. Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Cyril and Michael. I just want to use this opportunity to thank both group of conversations that we had this morning. Roberta is here and Michael, and just to remind you that you can connect with them, they'll be here. If you have any questions that were not answered, you can have those discussions. So now we're going to move into lunch. Lunch is being served in the lobby outside, but you can also sit in the section next door, and we will resume here in an hour, where we'll have our parliamentary track. So everyone will come in this hall in an hour. Bon appetit.
All right, thank you all for filing back in. We're going to get started here in just a few minutes. Music off is a good idea. It's a good audio cue. If I could get one of my ILF black button crew to maybe do one more hall circulation and see if you can't drive, so thank you, LaWill, drive some of our lunch friends back into the room. How was lunch? Good? Don't fire the caterer? All right, there we go. That's what I like to hear. How about the sessions? Nice. Anyone want to yell out one thing they learned this morning? Rafiki, all right. People are excited about Rafiki as always. Anything else? Any other ahas, learning moments, I can't believes? What? Packetization, yes. Deep dive into the core understanding of ILP. I agree. All right, well, we're very excited for this moment as we kick off our second round of plenary here at the Interledger Summit 2024. Just a reminder after this that we will be having another round of distributed sessions. I know we're a little bit late, but we've accounted for that, and we actually baked in some times with breaks and lunches that we could shorten as and if needed, and they were definitely needed. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to one of our ILF ambassadors and our colleague and friend, Aidan, and Aidan will kick us off with this plenary. Aidan, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chris. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. And as was mentioned earlier, in the opening plenary this morning, this is the first year that at the Interledger Summit we have had a parliamentarian track. We have 10 parliamentarians joining us from 8 countries throughout Africa, East, North, West, and Central Africa. And we think it's important to have parliamentarians involved in these discussions because we want them, firstly, to see the opportunities that can exist by having open, interoperable payment protocols that work. We want help in developing frameworks that will be able to support the advancement of technologies that support digital financial inclusion. And more importantly, we want to hear the perspectives of parliamentarians who represent constituencies at the local level to understand what are the challenges that their communities are facing in addressing the challenge of digital financial inclusion. So I would love to introduce 3 of the parliamentarians who are on the stage with me now. Again, we have 10. They are seated in the front row of this room. You're also welcome to engage with them in the coffee breaks as well. But on the stage to my left is the Honourable Esther Mpasaris, a Member of Parliament from Kenya, the Honourable Nima Lugunjira, a Member of Parliament from Tanzania, and the Honourable Catherine Muma, a Senator from Kenya. Thank you everyone for joining. I have one question to start off this discussion that I'll ask all of you to respond to, and that is, in case you're not aware, many of the people in this room are more from a software engineering background. They code. They may be a little skeptical or uncertain as to the role of regulation or the importance of regulation. So maybe you could explain, just briefly, why does it matter that we have parliamentarians here? Why do we want to engage with parliamentarians? Would you like to kick me off, Senator Muma?
Thank you very much for that question, Aiden. First, to thank you to thank Interledger for thinking about bringing parliamentarians around. The reason is that parliaments form part of governance, and everything you do, private or other, is governed in any other country, in any country, by regulation and by law. And oftentimes, when you ignore the role of lawmakers and regulators, you then fall into the kind of trouble you had the first panel just before lunch. We were told they had quite a number of expectations around regulation and then realized this is something that is going to take a year. It's something that is going to take a very long time before there is clarity around regulation. And that then delays the good ideas that you have to roll out and so on. Now, Parliament has key responsibilities to facilitate legislation that coordinates and guides all issues in all sectors within a country, and to give the authority that facilitates regulation of all activities, whether financial, whether health, or any other. And they also have the role of oversighting, because for every product that you provide, you have consumers who have the right to be protected from harmful consequences of any product that comes to the market. So if we are to ensure that open payment and financial products that come are helpful or useful to all citizens, we have a responsibility as lawmakers to ensure that whatever product comes to the market is allowed to grow, or innovation is allowed, but at the same time, we must come up with a balance to ensure that there is regulations to protect against any violations. So, and parliamentarians do not have any inherent capacity on a lot of these issues. So your tech solutions are obvious to you as tech professionals, but they may not be as obvious. And when they're not obvious, oftentimes when there is a problem, for instance, loss of monies through these transactions, if these losses of monies become a big problem, it becomes a political problem. And it is politicians who have to address that. Now, when politicians have not been involved in the first instance to understand what's happening, on how to facilitate, on how to ensure that their laws are not obstructive, then you find that you will also be frustrated. You have a good product, but because we don't understand it as parliamentarians, We either provide law that is obstructive to what you're doing, or do not provide regulation, or because of an incident that happens as a result of no regulation, we then clamp down on something that would otherwise be good. So it is important that governance systems, whether executive and parliamentary and even the judiciary, it is important that those who are in those spaces understand what you're trying to do, understand the pros and cons of what you're trying to do, in order for them to put in place the kind of regulations that is more facilitative rather than obstructive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Muma. Honorable Luganjira, would you like to respond to the same question?
Thank you very much. As introduced, I'm Neema Luganjira, Member of Parliament from Tanzania, and also Chair of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. I would like to extend, again, our sincere gratitude to Interledger for including parliamentarians on this conversation. I think we can all agree that when we're talking about open payment systems, we cannot escape the issue of regulation, because we have to make sure that payments are done in such a way that it is safe for the users, for the consumers, but at the same time, from a government perspective, we have to make sure that this new evolution of digital financial services does not pave way for illicit financial flows. And in order to get that balance, that is where parliamentarians come in. Because as parliamentarians, we have the responsibility of ensuring that we have the right legislation in place, the right regulations in place to create that enabling environment for open payment systems to thrive, for governments to be able to adopt, for consumers to be able to adopt, but also for citizens to be able to understand and trust these systems. Now, when discussions are happening and development is happening in exclusion of parliamentarians, then us on our side will create regulation and legislation out of the fear of the unknown. But if we are involved in the process, then we can also perhaps provide some of these worries that the people have, the people that we represent, their anxieties, and these can then inform you guys as tech, as developers, on how to make the systems and the solutions safe and more adaptable for everyone. So I think our role is critical. I would like to say we're the missing link to this jigsaw puzzle. So let us continue to be engaged, but then again, when you speak to us, please use the most layman language possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And the same question to you, Honorable
Thank
Pasaris.
you. I stand with my honorable members here to thank Interledger for involving parliamentarians in this dialogue. What I want to say is, as representatives of the people, right, as parliamentarians, I want to talk about the legislation that we have in Kenya. The legislation says that we have to have something called civic education. And the legislation also says that we have to have something called public participation. So one of the key elements for success is to ensure that the people that we represent, which is the masses, who are going to be the consumers of this product, have to have a buy-in. So in Kenya right now, no legislation will succeed if you haven't involved the public. And the way to involve them is by a civic education. And also, once you want to pass the legislation, whatever legislation you want to pass, you have to have the public participate in that legislation because it's going to impact and affect them. So our new constitution actually ushered in this progressive way of involving the citizens. So I think that's an important point that you need to know, that as Africa evolves, most of the countries are actually going towards that path of proper, serious representation. And when we talk about regulations, legislation, you can't avoid the fact that you have three arms of government. I believe that it's important that when you're engaging parliamentarians, you also engage the judiciary, you also engage the executive. Why? Because this is something that if you engage parliamentarians and we get it right, it could be stopped at the judicial level. If you engage the executive and they get it wrong, it could come back to Parliament. So rather than have something stagnate and not move forward, you're better placed if you involved all three arms of government to make sure that everybody has a buy-in. So what are the reasons why you want to involve legislators? Because one, this is a product that's going to be used by consumers, so you need to protect them. For the financial stability of a country, I mean, I dare not think what would happen if Safaricom, who handles the M-Pesa money transaction, which is used by almost 10 to 20 million Kenyans, would collapse tomorrow. What would that mean to the country? And then you also have to have enhanced transparency. I mean, I always question, we borrow money, we transact with M-Pesa, but there is I can't tell what have I actually spent on this? It's almost like, you're not realizing the expense that you have had. So I think there has to be absolute transparency so one can know exactly how much it's costing them to transact through the money platform. There's this notion that it's cheaper than banks. Is it? How do we prove that if we don't have monthly statements to tell us how? You're doing maybe 100 transactions in a month, and you're borrowing and paying and borrowing and paying, and you don't know really how much have I really spent. So efficiency is important, and I think that's what mobile payment schemes have actually come up with. Is efficient to do that. You can, from the comfort of your palm, from your residence, you can pay your electricity bill, you can send your mother in the village some money, and you don't have to travel like you used to in the past. So it's obviously a good thing to have, but I think there's also the area of fraud. A lot of people are being defrauded, and there's no way to get the justice. So how do you link the judiciary and the executive so that the police are involved, so that you have a desk that actually handles this? Because it's a new thing, but many people have burned their fingers. But all in all, it's progressive, but we need to make sure that we have a complete buy-in from the people, through their legislators, judiciary, so that there's justice, and the executive, so that whenever they frame the regulations, because we pass the laws, they frame the regulations, we are able to make sure that this product is actually not going to be a pain point. And it has been a pain point for quite a few people, but it's been a blessing to many more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask you the following question as well, Honorable Pesaris, which is around M-Pesa, because Kenya, of course, is known for M-Pesa, which has really revolutionized mobile money on the continent. So building on that strong foundation, how does Kenya envision the future of addressing the challenges of digital financial exclusion? What lessons can other countries in Africa learn from Kenya's experience with M-Pesa?
M-Pesa is brilliant. I mean, we're proud as Kenyans that we were the first country to actually come up with a money platform, a payment platform. But the fact that it's a monopoly, right? Other players have tried to break into that market, and they've not really succeeded. Banks have come in and are also having their own apps to transact. And recently, a member of parliament actually came into the floor of the House, and he questioned, should Safaricom running its M-Pesa platform be regulated by central bank? So there was that question, and I think the motion was actually passed. So we're going to wait and see where that goes. And I think it's the big banks that are like, okay, we're losing a lot of market share here because everybody's trading on Safaricom's platform of M-Pesa. I think that my advice to every country is that, to allow for small players, indigenous, as well as to guard on monopoly, because when you have a monopoly in such a big platform, then the consumer is not guarded. So that's my biggest worry when it comes to M-Pesa, Safaricom, because of its dominance in the market. And I feel that Kenya on its own, now we're East Africa community, we've got a population of over 120 million people. How do you make sure that this platform works in the region? And I believe that what SADC is doing is a way, the PayShap is a way for us to emulate and see how can we also improve it. But all in all, it's positive, but it could end up negative in the fact that it's a monopoly. It's one company that controls the entire, almost 95% of the market share.
Thank you very much. The next question I will put to you, Honorable Luganjira, because Tanzania has also been a leader in addressing digital financial exclusion through mobile money and through interoperability. So I'm curious what you think the future looks like in Tanzania for addressing the challenges of digital financial exclusion. perhaps you could also speak to Tanzania's experience adopting a levy on transactions and whether increasing the cost of transactions was a good policy choice or an ineffective policy choice, and what lessons you have for other countries both in East Africa and across the continent more broadly.
Thank you for that. Definitely, I think in Tanzania we have about, I'll just share some quick statistics, and this is from our regulator, TCRA, that in 2023, we had about 55.8 million mobile money accounts. And compared to 2019, that was 25.8 million. So you can immediately see that in a space of between 2019 to 2023, there was a sharp growth of 116.2%. That shows the increase in the number of people who have been using mobile money. And in terms of even the transactions, just for taking an example from M-Pesa, in March 2020, they had about 106 million transactions worth $3.9 billion US dollars. But surprisingly, when you come to the number of Tanzanians who have accounts in the financial institutions, you'll find, for example, only 30% of rural women have an account with financial institutions. So you can already picture the way mobile money has revolutionized the issue of access to financial services. But when we're talking about mobile money services or digital financial services, cost becomes a critical factor. And it's good that you've pointed that out, because when the cost of transaction increases, then there's a decline in the interests of using, and actually there's backlash. I remember that in Tanzania, and I have my colleague here who's a fellow member of parliament in Tanzania, when we in parliament increased the cost of transaction on the mobile services, it was chaos, because and even it immediately showed, the statistics showed a drop because people opted not to transact, and that proves that the cost of transaction can be it can have a huge domino effect. And of course, as representatives of the people, we listen to our citizens, and we reversed that decision, and immediately you could see the rise again. And this is why it's important to engage and include and capacitate parliamentarians, because every country, obviously, you want to find different means of increasing your government revenue. At the same time, you have to ensure, even if it's a digital sector, similarly to the way other sectors are being taxed and people are liable to taxes, so should the digital sector. But here the big puzzle is, how should it be taxed in such a way that it doesn't become detrimental? And again, so I think one of the things that the open payments is bringing is the ability for users to transfer funds quickly and less expensive. So that competition and giving that flexibility to the user to going with the best option. And to me, and I believe also my colleagues here as parliamentarians, that's an important takeaway, to try and see, okay, we have the financial institutions, we have mobile money, but then how do we link it and take it a step further into open payment systems? But whilst we're doing all of that, how do we make it safe? Because already, let me tell you, with mobile money, I think each one of us as parliamentarians, we have been frauded on mobile money. And if we can be frauded, can you imagine our citizens at village level? Because it is done in such a sophisticated way, and before you know it, you've sent money to someone, and then you realize that it was a fraud. Now, such incidences make people, the impact that we're creating to get that progress, getting the buy-in and the interest and the growth of the financial inclusion, it takes a step back. Then there is mistrust, there is fear. So imagine if something like mobile money is creating also chaos on that side, as good as it is, but there is a flip side of it, the negatives. Now imagine trying to introduce open payment systems. So we really need to find ways to ensure that it is safe, and that can improve also and reduce those vulnerabilities in the system. So that's where we are, but I see huge potential, especially for us as Africans, and in the way in which it can create a quick solution of making sure rural women, rural smallholder farmers can have access to their payments faster and cheaper without using middle persons. But I guess that's why we're here, to learn and to see how best can we do that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here and engaging. Now, Senator Muma, I'd love if you could speak to us a bit about how Kenya's regulatory environment either supports, enables, hinders the adoption of open, interoperable payment protocols, what this looks like, and also just if you could perhaps touch upon the point that the Honorable Luganjira just raised around safety and security, because as you also mentioned in your opening remarks, as parliamentarians, that is a responsibility you take very seriously to keep citizens safe. So how do we find the right balance there? How do we enable open, thriving, enabling environment for innovation while safeguarding consumers?
Thank you very much. First, to just emphasize or re-emphasize that the mobile money innovation has been the financial inclusive tool that was innovated, at least for those of us in Africa. You find that use of mobile money services is a service that is accessible to the illiterate, to those in the rural areas. Therefore, I think it is one of the greatest innovations that have come. And we also acknowledge that regardless of what sector you're in, whether it is finance, whether you're talking about paying for services in the health sector, we are all, or the world is moving to a level where a lot of the services are being digitized, and therefore, and the payments are also going to happen digitally. So it's a good thing to try and harness all members of populations, whether rural or urban, to join in and be able to participate and use these services, because banks have actually been a middle-class urban area tool that has excluded many in the past. Now, as these mobile and other tech tools come up, you find that they are running ahead of regulation. And oftentimes, the financial sector will be regulated by the central banks, will be regulated, the mobile money funds will be regulated also by the communications authorities. In Kenya, we have the Communications Authority of Kenya, which would be regulating the service providers. We also have the Treasury, that is the ministry that guides on regulations relating to financial matters. And of course, then you have Parliament. Parliament makes the laws. You'll have the Public Finance Management Act that will be guiding matters finance, but it then empowers the Minister for Finance to make regulations on the detail of what ought to be done. In Kenya, we have oftentimes the regulation will be made around how the Ministry of the Treasury is interested in getting revenues, maybe from the service providers and so on. And recently you may have heard, we had a crisis of the Gen Zs actually protesting against the finance bill that Kenya had. One of the, or some of the provisions in that finance bill was targeting the revenue collection from mobile money transactions, which have not often been covered in their entirety, and people felt that that was targeting very poor people under harsh economic times. And we had some kind of, actually the president had to retract on that finance bill. But I can see, I think from last week, we are going back to ensuring that all mobile providers and open payments are going to be captured for purposes of ensuring revenue. So in Kenya, we do the broad, as Parliament, we do the broad Finance Act, we will do the broad communications legislation, but we will leave the detail of regulation to the regulatory bodies which are established by Parliament. Now, what we are learning as a result of the engaging around the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance is that a lot of products that come through technology and science and innovation are alien to parliaments, most of parliaments, particularly parliaments in Africa, and our legislative steps are way behind comparable to other countries. And that's why we are finding it important that as we move forward, we need the tech and science experts to actually work hand in hand with legislators, not just in Africa, but across the world, in order for us to be able to put in place that legislation that helps with these issues. So in Kenya, we have some level of regulation, regulatory authorities. We have some level of regulation, but we still have a lot to do in terms of open money payment, and it's an area where we are learning. For instance, this government, the current government, established what is called a hustler fund. They used the USSD to try and operate it, but we've had a lot of defaults on the loans that they gave on that fund, which means that they did not check every aspect of how to operate this product, and they are going back to the drawing board to ensure that they are able to provide safety nets to ensure that the government does not lose money that it is lending to people. I hope that helps to a certain extent. Yeah.
It does. Thanks so much. Honorable Pesares, your constituency is in Nairobi. Nairobi has a significant number of informal workers in the population. At the moment, do you believe that digital financial services that are offered in Kenya are meeting the needs of this population?
Okay, so Nairobi being a capital city, a lot of people we have something called devolution in Kenya, which was ushered in with the 2010 constitution, which meant we wanted to make sure we have devolved governments, like the states, different counties. So we've got 47 counties. But unfortunately, people are still looking for greener pastures, and they come to the capital city. Now, when you come to the capital city, if you can't get a job, then you can't make ends meet, then you get on this mobile platform and they allow you to borrow. Or you get onto the Hustler Fund and it allows you to borrow. So what is happening with this payment scheme is that, mobile payment schemes is that people are now getting heavily borrowed. And with heavily borrowed comes the stress of how do I pay it. Then comes the blocking of your line. Then comes, you put data and then your data is taken to pay your debt. So basically, we are actually not helping mental health, because when you make money really accessible to people in the city because they're trying to survive, it's like what happens in the US with credit card debt. You take one credit card, the next credit card, the next credit card. Before you know it, you're overwhelmed. And already now we have the student loans, etc. So there has to be a lot of education on what it means to borrow, on paying, and we have to make sure that you vet people and you don't just make it available, because what's happening is people are getting hooked into, today I can get $5, tomorrow I can get $10. Before you know it, you're owing $1,000 and you have no idea how you're going to run your own family. So there is that danger, right? So we need a lot of consumer education. We need data protection as well. Because if we don't have data protection, then of course we're letting people be vulnerable. People's identities are being stolen. So we also need to make sure we have a system of identity that cannot be defrauded. So you can find somebody can actually go in and get your money with a fake ID. So if we don't have a good system of identification, then of course that again will lead to defrauding of a lot of citizens. I believe that when I look at Kenya and Safaricom and M-Pesa, they've done very well in terms of job creation. They've created jobs across the city, and we've got people starting businesses. As you know, just with their phone, you can start a business of transaction and make some good money. But they have failed to make sure that they have in every unit an anti-fraud department. So people who are defrauded, really, we have a police force that's probably not well trained to deal with fraud. So in the city where you're coming to look for greener pastures, you end up highly in debt, and then you also end up with losing everything that you came to the city with because somebody takes advantage of your identity, takes your, Safaricom has this, don't share your PIN with somebody. But sometimes you can actually not share your PIN, you find your phone has been hacked and somebody's got your PIN and they steal everything from you. So we need to make an investment on education. We need to make an investment on how to deal with the fraud and to be ahead of the fraudster. I think the fraudster is ahead of the provider, and that's really sad for a lot of citizens.
Just allow me to add that Kenya has the Data Protection Act, which was passed in 2019, but it only has the basics in the sense that being a rights-based constitution that we have, it was intended to be the flip side of facilitating access to information and largely how to deal with information by government institutions. I don't think at the time we passed that law, we had the sophistication or we thought through what it would mean to do data protection in the world of mobile money. So it's one of the things that, and we hope one of the conversations we had yesterday was to try and find out, and had I asked a question in the earlier panel, I was going to ask, how does good regulation look like? For those of you in this field, what experience do you have, Singapore, UK, wherever, what can we say are the minimum provisions that would be in a data protection law? What would be the good minimums that would be in regulation and in law that we can consider even putting in a model law as a caucus, so that we can then guide, as parliamentarians, we can guide our countries on how best to legislate on this issue.
I was just going to say that if Safaricom or M-Pesa or Hustler Fund were to go for all the defaulters, half of Kenya would be in jail. So it's a danger zone. It's a danger zone. So they better get it right in terms of not giving somebody who cannot afford, by his income standard, the money. So you're creating a bigger problem where people are living beyond their means, and you can get one line for your brother, one line for your sister, even if they, so the system itself allows for a population to be aggrieved and to be put in a very bad place. And in this era of mental health, that's something that we should really check, because almost everyone is defaulting.
Thanks. I'm going to bring the Honorable Luganjira back into the conversation, and I'd love to hear what you think about how we can remove or reduce the gender divide in access to digital financial services, because even for the use of mobile money in many countries, but throughout Africa and in other regions of the world, there remains fewer women who have access to digital financial services. Do you have any thoughts on how we can address that?
Thank you. I think, first of all, even when we look at the mobile money services that has revolutionized, the financial services in Africa, we can already know one of the ways in which that was achieved was through education and awareness campaigns. And similarly, when we're talking about the inclusion of women in digital financial services, is we need to provide the capacity building. We need to be able to have funding structures and grants and technical support for organizations that want to raise awareness at community level, because that's where the majority of the women are in the rural areas, about capacity building in terms of how to access those services, but how also to protect themselves. Because you find that they voluntarily give their passwords in ignorance. So when there is fraud, even when you want to take legal action or to support them in taking legal action, it goes back to, but you gave your password yourself voluntarily. So I think capacity building is a critical component. But we already see, and I imagine even with open payments, that it significantly increases accessibility. For example, in Tanzania, 80% of the population are accessing mobile money, whereas it's around 30% who actually have an account in a financial institution. So you can see how digital financial services are bridging that gap of access to financial services, and that will even be more so for women. So I think it's very important to have capacity building, but also provide or come up with services that are responsive to the needs of the particular group, in particular women. But I also wanted to touch on the things that my colleagues just spoke about. When we're talking about open payments or digital financial services, I think one of the key advantages is also the role that it plays in improving transactions, cross-border transactions. In Africa, we have the regional blocks, economic regional blocks, plus we have the Africa Free Trade, and all of these bring opportunities for business, new business areas, accessing new markets. But then, how do you get the payments? So I think the digital financial services open payments brings about that opportunity. But one of the things that also we must recognize, I know a lot of people don't want to hear taxes, but when we're talking about digital financial services, there is a company which is making money from offering those digital financial services, and they need to somehow be taxed. Now the challenge is, you'd find that maybe one would be registered, I'll pick a country, maybe they're registered in Mars. I'm not going to pick any particular countries. I'll say Mars, right? So one is registered in Mars. This company providing digital services or open payments is registered in Mars. But they're operating in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. And they're transacting. Obviously, they're earning income. But because they're registered in Mars, they're liable to pay their taxes in Mars. But even in international taxation, there is something about the origin of the origin of sale, country of origin of sale, or country of origin of revenue. Now, Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya are not getting any percentage out of that corporate tax. So I think that's another conversation, especially when we're coming to deal with governments on the issue of taxation and the digital service tax. How does it play into this matter of digital financial services and open payments? That can be another conversation for another day, but it's something that we also have to think about, especially when we're trying to get the buy-in from the respective authorities.
Allow me to say something on gender. Now, the disparity in gender is because the tech gadgets are actually masculinized in Africa. So there are tools of power, and tools of power in Africa go to the man first. So you'll find that even the mobile phone in the village, the first mobile phone in the house is bought by the man. Even if it is bought by the children, for him, it is him who has it first. And you will find in many marketplaces, you'll have one mobile gadget that is being used by 15 or 20 women. So if you want to send money, in fact, we actually have people who make money out of facilitating their mobile phones as the tools for receiving money for women in a market and so on. So it is still the case that education resources, which include now the tech gadgets, are less accessible to women than they are to men. So, and I'm raising this so that when the likes of Interledger get into a partnership with a university, please make it a deliberate point to find out how many women are being included in that project. How many of the innovators are women? And this is a case not just for Africa, but globally you will find that a lot of computer science labs have less than 10% women. So we need to, again, deliberately ensure that we do what it takes to bring on board women as part of this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mohamed. Would you also like to comment on that?
Yeah, you know, I was, when I saw the question being framed and looking at the LGBTQ population, I just thought to myself, with Africa not recognizing and still criminalizing the LGBTQ, the biggest problem we have is I started thinking, you know, it's not all the transactions happen on the platform, all right? Sometimes somebody sends you money and you want to go to an agent to collect the cash. Now, can you imagine if when you took your identity, you identified as a man, and then now you're 30 years old and you identify as a woman, and then the country does not recognize that transgender. So, so you want to go and get the cash, but when you get to the retailer, right, or the agent, you're not able, your ID and how you look are not matching. So you will not be able to get that cash unless you part with some bribe, or you could be arrested because somebody thinks, oh, he's committing a fraud. He's coming in to get the money that's not his. So I think that poses a big challenge when you go into platform transactions. If you're transacting on your platform, you wouldn't get into that danger. But if you need to access the cash, right, because it's not always going to be online, sometimes you just need to go and get the cash because you need to pay something in cash. So I feel that the fact that in Africa we're still not accepting LGBTQ rights, a lot of them will actually not be well served with the money platforms when it comes to cash withdrawals at agents.
Thank you. We are almost out of time. We have 2 minutes left before this session ends. So perhaps to close, I will ask the three of you the same question, which is, do you have a message or any ask for us in the Interledger community? Anything that we should be taking forward, or anything that in particular you would like us to consult with you on as we think through how to develop new financial systems and services? And
okay, I'll go first. I think one thing that I can say is, obviously when we're operating in any country, we have to ensure that we educate ourselves on the regulatory and legislative framework of that particular country, and we have to adhere to the regulatory framework and legislation of the country. And regulations may be different from one country to another. That is why it is important to become aware of the particular country. But a key takeaway as the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, I'm hoping and I believe that this is a start of a great relationship. And one of the key things that we will immediately, hopefully, work together on is, having an analysis of the legislative landscape to try and see where the gaps, what can be done in the regulatory and legislative framework to pave way or create an enabling environment for open payment systems whilst protecting users, countries, etc. And hopefully through that come up with a toolkit for parliamentarians on how to address, open payment systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Muma?
Thank you very much. First, to acknowledge that I think the mobile and open money system is a tool that is required in the world. For decades, money services has been a tool for the rich, banks and so on, that has not been accessed by many. with the mobile and digital money platforms, there is opportunity for everyone to be included, including those that have never and might never have a bank account. Secondly, we have not had many philanthropic or a lot of philanthropy on matters money and the financial sector. So I wish to congratulate Interledger for the kind of work you're doing to invest in the financial markets for facilitating inclusion by everyone, because everyone on earth deals with money. But we have elected to actually just let those at the tip of the pyramid to be the ones who are regulated and all of that. So I think what you're doing, and I hope many other philanthropic institutions can do the same, what you're doing is commendable, and we encourage you to continue doing that and to keep thinking through other innovative tools that can see inclusion of very vulnerable people in this entire system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, Honorable
All right, let me make it quick. I mean, there's no going backwards. We can only go forward. So advocacy and awareness, research and data collection, capacity building, collaboration with stakeholders, monitoring and evaluation. We are at a good space as a globe, and we can use this platform to make sure that the 40% that is untapped gets tapped, and gets tapped in a manner that will enhance their lives and bring prosperity to the continent of Africa and the world. Thank you.
Thank you. And please join me in thanking our esteemed parliamentarians for joining us today.
How amazing was that? Thank you so much. Well, we are going to be moving on to our second and final round of today's distributed sessions. I'm going to give a few notes before we do that. One, they will begin at 15 minutes toward the hour, which is 2:45. So again, panels in this room, tech talks 2 rooms over, and room 11 upstairs will actually now turn into our workshop space. So if you're a little bit tired and you'd like something a little bit more activity, a little bit, kind of interactive, you might want to check out one of the workshops. Briana said earlier in her opening remarks that we do throw a good party. So let me give you some of the details about that. One, if you signed up for the party, make sure that you have the white wristband. Go and check in with the registration desk. If you don't have that, you want to make sure you have that. That's going to be your ticket to entry to both the party, but almost as importantly, to the shuttles that will take you to the party. The party is at an art museum that I'm going to now not try to pronounce, but it is a fabulous art museum locally here in Cape Town. And I think you're going to be delighted both by the party and the art that you'll be able to have kind of basically a private tour of. So make sure you get your white wristband at, I'm going to say 5:15. Let's start gathering right out here by the front door. At about 5:30, the buses will start to take people to the party. And that's going to be essential. One other quick note, tomorrow we will start a half an hour later than we did today, which I believe that means that's 10 a.m., although the day will operate similarly. We're not doing too bad on time, actually, right now. So I would invite all of you to check out the schedule, pick where you might want to spend the next chunk of time to continue learning, to continue engaging, and continue to build the world that we want together. So thank you. And again, 2:45, be where you want to be.
Okay, we're about to start the next session. Persons on the outside that may have an interest in this session, we invite you to join us. So in this session, we'll be having one of our past grantees under our Future Money grant program present on the work that her team has been doing. I'm going to invite Esther Moena to come on stage, and she will do a presentation and then follow into her discussion with members of the panel. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, it's very exciting. Thank you, everyone, for joining. So we're hearing a song in the background, and I just want us to take a moment to listen to it. Feel free to sing along or clap along. So we're hearing the song of the people we worked with. Awesome. Good afternoon. I'm Esther Mwema, and we're here to present an amazing project we did last year as Future Money grantees. This project was called Sikula Sonke, Living Archives of Afrofuturist Village Banking. And the voices we were hearing in the background was one of the experiences we had with the women of creating music as they went out to plant calabashes for the next season. And those calabashes were planted as part of a collaborative village bank where they would plant seeds so that they would have food for the next season, and they would have calabashes for the future as well, which they would use. And for us, it was really about asking, how do we define wealth? And the very exciting connection today that we're having is we're bringing an art project that we did last year, and now, since this project was based in Southern Africa, I think it was very exciting for us that we could be here in Cape Town, because we had communities from Eastern Cape, we had communities from Cape Town, and we had communities from Lusaka who participated in this project. So it's very meaningful to us to be able to present our project here today. And these photos are also from that experience. So what do we really mean with village banking? When we talk about the context of financial inclusion, especially for those who are unbanked, it looks at resilience, it looks at building community bonds, empowering women, and financial systems are not just code, it's also people. So really bringing back technology and putting people at the center of it, and that is the purpose of our project. So from the artwork, we really wanted to amplify the voices of solutions that are already happening at the grassroots level that do not get the same level of recognition that big tech or alternative tech or even open source technology gets, because perhaps they do not have the same language that we speak in these spaces. And I think it's very important to bridge the gap between what is happening in the financial sector, that language and also what is happening in grassroots communities, because there's a lot to learn from each other. And so part of our project was based in 3 contexts: urban, peri-urban, township, and rural communities. So Lusaka, Zambia, Kailisha, and Case Kamahuk in South Africa. So 2 countries were represented, and really the artwork that we created that you saw earlier is being moved forward today with these communities meeting for the first time at the Interledger Summit this year and sharing this knowledge of their own practices in a way that we'll be able to learn from and also adapt. What we also wanted to emphasize and what we really found amazing was that these collectives are led by women who are outside of the purview of patriarchal systems, because it is done collectively even by women who do not have full-time jobs or women who are in rural communities. So it's really about thinking of financial inclusion from a sense of autonomy, dignity, and also a sense of creating your own future from your own localized context, and also showing that this goes beyond dollars and cents. It's not just about money. And so today we have our guests who were part of this project, who were part of the Sikula Sonke Living Archives for Afrofuturist Village Banking. And they're seated here today. If we can give them a warm welcome. So I'll start with my collaborator, John Adam Chen. He is a strategic communication specialist with a background in social impact, storytelling, and African development. And John Adam was the one who was leading in archiving and making sure that the stories we got from the grassroots are well documented and put on the stage. And we also have Prudence Chilufya, who is a lecturer at Zikas University in the School of Computing, Technology, and Applied Sciences. She lectures in courses of software engineering, artificial intelligence, IoT, and software research. And something that's really cool is she wrote a paper and has also been experimenting about putting village banking on blockchain. So it's really good to see the intersection happening between grassroots practices and the technology we see today. We have Unati Pukwana, who is an entrepreneur, event host, and a speaker. She's passionate about programs that empower society, particularly women. She's the leader of society and a chief executive officer of Imizamo, Yomfazi, Stockville, and Barrier Society. And we are really graced to have our translator, Olona Tando, who is a master's candidate specializing in African languages. She's passionate about promoting isiXhosa and its cultural richness, especially among non-native speakers who are eager to learn the language. So hook up if you want to learn isiXhosa, she's right there. Awesome. And so this was just a brief introduction into our project. So now we're going to go into the panel, because for us as collaborators, the most important thing is getting the people who are doing the work into the room, and also giving validity to knowledge that is not necessarily acknowledged in the mainstream, and giving its place in a place like this where we're talking about technology, but also reminding us that it's really about the people, it's really about those who've been excluded, and it's really about building a new society where financial inclusion is not just an add-on, but is actually a way of life. So thank you so much, and we look forward to the panel. John Adam.
Thank you, everybody, and really appreciate you coming here and hearing our stories today. It's very exciting to see all of these faces and to share the work that we were working on last year. I'll start by greeting. So, hi, everybody. Molweni nonke, Sawubona, Goeiedag, and yeah, Mulishani, Dumelang. So, yeah, as Esther mentioned, the project for us started last year when we got an amazing opportunity to work as artists with the Future Money project supported by Interledger. And when we saw the brief, the idea of future money, we immediately thought about, like, what are the financial systems that exist on the ground and that are very forward-looking in many ways, but they might not get the recognition as open payment systems and as forms of financial inclusion. But, you know, it's sort of like, it was sort of conceptual in the beginning, but yeah, come join us, please. Yeah, but what we tried to focus on with our project was the stories of people who are actually part of these schemes. So you might hear some terms today that might be used interchangeably, stokvels, or also village banking. Stokvels is more the South African term. Village banking is used more commonly in Zambia. But they kind of refer to a similar process where people who already have trust in their communities and know each other, they agree to meet at regular intervals and to save at regular intervals. And what that allows people to do is to sort of save with intention. It's not just about building money, it's about building opportunities to work towards something with intention. And yeah, that's really the idea behind it. And as Esther mentioned, the project Sikulasanke, it kind of captures that because it's growing in terms of wealth, but it's also growing in terms of what it means to be a member of a community and a member of society through different stages of life. So that's a little bit of background. I'm going to jump into some questions. I have questions for everybody here, and they have everybody here was contributing to the stories that we heard last year, and we were able to share some of those in Costa Rica at the exhibit. So very special for us, not only to be reunited with everybody here, but to do so in Cape Town, in South Africa, and to have that perspective at the forefront. So I'm going to start firstly with a question for Unati, Sis Unati. So could you please tell us about how you started your Stokvel network, which is called Imizamo Yomfazi, or Women's Efforts? You explained when we met last year that the focus of your work is addressing depression in your community and that mental health is really tied to wealth and well-being. So could you tell us more about that, what that means in your context?
Mandithathe lithuba ndibulise ndingu-Onathi ndinguphukwana ifani yam ndiyifounder ye-Imizamo Yomfazi Stokvels ne-Imizamo Yomfazi Burial Society. I-Imizamo Yomfazi yi-organization yabantu abangoomama abatshatileyo, abadivosileyo nabaswelekelwe ngabayeni. Injongo ye-Imizamo Yomfazi kukubuyisa isidima kumntu ongumama nokuzisa uncumo ebusweni bomfazi. Injongo ye-Imizamo Yomfazi kukugqumana imihlana singabantu abangoomama, siqokelelane, sinikane ikuthemba lokuphila noqhubekeka sibheke phambili. Xa sithetha ngento ezinjalo ke siye sigxile kakhulu kungqondo nendlela esicinga ngayo uba silwa kanjani i-depression, khona ukuze siye kwii-community zethu sinengqondo ehlaziyekileyo, siye kwii-community zethu sizokwakha abantwana, khona ukuze sithi sisiya phambili sifumane izitokfel, sifumana nezinye izinto ezizawuthi zisincede ezindlini zethu, kodwa sibe siqale sancedeka ngokwempilo, siqale sincedakale kwi-depression. Ukuyinqoba ubheka phambili sizokwazi uba sikhulise abantwana kumakhaya afudumeleyo, sizokwazi ukuthi sifumane ezinye izinto kwizitokfel but sibe siphilile thina ngokwasengqondweni. So injongo ye-Imizamo Yomfazi kubuyisa isidima somfazi nokuhlaziya umuntu ongumama nokumnikeza ithemba lokuphila. Injongo ye-Imizamo Yomfazi leyo.
Igama lakhe ngu-Unathi Bukwana. She is a founder of Women's Effort. What they do is that they give comfort to each other as women in the community. By doing so, before you join their Stokvel, you have to go to psychology or therapy to be trained in your brain. Why is that? She says that her goal is to help other women because women go through a lot because of unemployment, bullying, and these divorces. And sometimes their children, they go through or they use drugs. So she empowers, or Stokvel empowers each other, and they cover each other to carry on.
Thank you so much. Yes, and thank you for sharing that. I have a question for Prudence. You're also part of village banking in a different way. You've written a research paper that connects village banking, or Stokvels, to blockchain technology, and we were very curious if you could share more about how village banking is integrated with technology and how it could be more integrated going forward with technology.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Village banking in my country, in Zambia, basically it started as a way of empowering women And most of the people that are doing it are women, but now we see a good number of men that have come on board as well. So over the years, it has faced a lot of challenges, such as trust, monitoring the collections of the money, distributions of the same monies, because just like Unati's group, these are women that are meeting once every month, and they bring monies together. Nobody keeps this money. It has to be borrowed by everybody, and so it goes the very day. So an interest has been attached to it, and once you get the money, the following month you're expected to start bringing it back. And most of the time, they've had to see people defaulting and others even running away with it, especially when they are about to share that money. So usually a cycle is like 12 months. And so in the 12 months, the money grows because it's never kept by any person. It's being borrowed all the time. So when these monies are increasing, others for selfish reasons, they'll run away with it, and others would use it, and then when they face any challenges, they find it very difficult to bring it back. And so issues have risen whereby members in a group have had to go to the police, they've had to go to court. A lot of issues to do with, they now become cases. From a group that was trying to empower each other, it now becomes a court case. So I tried to do a study, as John explained. I'm a researcher, I'm a lecturer, and I have been in one of these groups. So, and I've also been duped before, like 3 times. So I had to learn the art. And being an IT person, I started looking at technology of how we could marry tech into village banking to curb some of these issues, especially that it's done manually, where monies have to be brought together. And so I thought, okay, what if we could maybe bring in technology? And so having done a research, I came across the blockchain technology. I looked at how blockchain works, and seeing these challenges that the village banking groups face, I thought marrying blockchain technology into village banking would help curb some of these issues. Because when we look at, for example, as you can see on the screen right now, what are being called opportunities from blockchain, I did a survey and I looked at 3 groups of people, from low earning income to middle earning and to very high earning personalities. And so this is the information that I got from them. So what you see as opportunities on the screen right now, a good number of them talked about online schemes, e-payments. They said, if we could do this online, where we have a platform where everybody's transacting from there, that could be good, because there would be transparency, trust would build, would have to see where our monies are going, when they're coming, who's borrowing, all those transactions being monitored. So when I look at blockchain talks about being impenetratable. It's immune, you can't tamper. So when you involve blockchain on the scheme, you're talking about smart contracts, you're talking about oracles. Smart contracts, by the way, these are just executable codes. You're talking about oracles, which are data fit or data flows of how data flows into the blockchain. So we're also talking about permissioned, blockchains as well as permissionless blockchains. So these, some are private, others are open. And so seeing village banking is a peer-to-peer kind of empowerment, scheme that takes place. So you'd have a certain group being connected to a blockchain, and using the distributed ledger technology, you would have these people all have access to this platform, such that when monies are borrowed, everybody gets to know. When monies come in, anyone who pays some money into the group, everybody will know. And when one tampers with the transactions or whatever changes that somebody is trying to make, everybody will get to know. So I thought blockchain coming on board would help mitigate some of these challenges, because everybody would be in the know. They would build trust, there would be transparency, and above all, you cannot really change what once a transaction has happened, you can't tamper with it. And so because of that, you see that resilience, security, all that is going to be provided, and I think that makes it much more safer for people to trust it. Because at the rate it goes in my country, people do not trust it that much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, it's super interesting work, and really excited to see how this work develops as well going forward. I want to go back to Sister Kume, Unati. So you're born and raised, and you currently live in the Eastern Cape, where cultural traditions are very, very important. Some of the people in this room may have never been to the Eastern Cape, and we're wondering if you could explain how Stokvels especially support people at different important points in their life, during ceremonies and events. How does that connect to the work that you do?
Njengoba ndingumuntu ohlala emakhaya, ndisuka e-Eastern Cape. Eyona nto sikholelwa kakhulu kuyo thina yimisebenzi yesintu. Sikholelwa kakhulu kwimisebenzi yesintu apho siye sihlanganise khona abantu kubekho imicimbi. So izitokfeli yeyona nto iluncedo kakhulu ukuthi phaa ezilalini, ngoba abantu abaninzi abaphangeli. Abanye bayaphangela kodwa imirholo yabo mincinci. So abanamali enough khona ukuze bakwazi uzithengela izinto cash. So baye bajoyina izitokfeli ngenjongo yoba le nto umuntu anga-afodiyo ukuzithengela yena eyedwa, xa efika kwistokfeli akwazi ukuyithenga. Ngoba umzekelo, njengoba sibona phaa kunezambiza ezabamama bazifumanayo. Uba mhlambi unomcimbi uyazidinga imbiza, uba unomcimbi uyazidinga izitya, uba unomcimbi uyazidinga iiplates, uyawadinga amacephe, uyazidinga ingubo. Kodwa uba uhlala phaa ezilalini awunayo imali yokuzithengela ezaa zinto cash, but through izitokfels ke ngoku xa sihleli sihlanganisana, laa mali umzekelo, laa set yembiza ubuyifumana nge-4.5, awunayo i-4.5 cash, but xa ungena kwistokfel, thina kwi-community, xa nikwistokfel kuzothiwa yigroup yoomama abayi-11 from January till November, then nizawuthatha laa 4.5, you divide laa mali ngoomama abayi-11, meaning you won't pay ke ngoku laa 4.5 cash ngenyanga eyi-1, uzoyibhatala laa 4.5 nyanga nanyanga till ugqibela 11 months, and then at least ke ngoku ngalaa salary yakho incinci uyifumanayo, you will be able to pay laa mali monthly kancinci kancinci instead of paying yonke laa mali ngexesha eliyi-1. So izitokfeli kwii-communities zethu ziluncedo ngale ndlela yobana ezinye izinto asikwazi ukuzithenga, ezinye izinto asifikeleli kuzo, but through ukuncedisana singabantu abangoomama kwii-community, xa kubukho umcimbi endlini yakho siyayazi ubana umama ubani akazubonakala uba akaphangeli, umama ubani akazubonakala uba akanamali enough, umama ubani akazubonakala uba akanamyena umyeni wakhe wasweleka. So through istokfel siyakukhava ke ngokuba abantu mabangaboni kwicommunity ubana lo uyaleka, lo uyaleka, lo udinga into ethile. So through istokfel, if kukho gatherings kwifamily yakho, you will have everything edingekayo kweza gatherings. Uzokwazi ungabonakali njengomntu o-unemployed, awuzubonakala njengomntu ongenamali. So istokfel kwicommunities zethu zinceda loo nto ubuyisa isidima somntu ongumama. Awuhlaziki phakathi kwabanye abantu abangoomama xa unestokfel. Xa kufika abanye abantu bebuza uba unayo into ethile, yes I have. Uyithatha phi? Uyithatha kwigroup ye-ladies ezikuncedisileyo to buy laa nto ubunga-afodiyo ukuyithenga wena. So izitokfel zinceda kwiinto ezinjalo kwii-communities zethu e-Eastern Cape, because kwiindawo esihlala kuzo ziindawo ezi-disadvantaged and ziindawo ezinabantu abangenamali, but ke ngoku xa ukwistokfel awubonakali noba unamali. Isento nayo iyakwazi uthenga into ekwaziyo ukunceda kwi-community. So isebenza kanjalo ke.
So John, what Unati was saying was that as she comes from the Eastern Cape, people from the Eastern Cape believe in those traditional activities that happened or that happens quarterly, every year, every now and then. So when they do those gatherings, let's say there's that woman within the community who can't afford anything because maybe she does not have a husband, or maybe the husband passed away, or maybe she is just a single lady raising kids. So if you have to perform a cultural activity for your child, maybe who is a boy, you can't do it because now you don't probably have those big pots to accommodate the community. So Hair Stokvel helps those women because now if ever the pots can probably cost around 4.5. That amount is not skewed by you, but can be divided amongst those 11 women in the Stokvel. So by that way, they are covering each other's backs, making living in the rural areas so convenient for people who are employed and people who really do not fit in the medium capacity of money.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a really interesting and important point. And I think it connects to something that we've looked at also in our project, which is thinking about wealth. So much of it is about like resilience. It's like making it possible so that people can go through different stages of life, positive times, difficult times, and important moments that need to be marked, and being prepared for that. So saving funds, it's not just about money. It's about being able to actually sustain the culture and create that like cultural resilience. So I think that's a really important point. And while we're on that topic, there were some slides that we were showing earlier about objects, or items rather, that you help to give out to people. And you sort of talked about this in your last response. But I think it's really interesting that people who join your organization are looking, they go in with an intention. They know what they want to invest in. And they're saving money in very specific things. So can you explain why you have Stokvels for particular items? And what are some of those items? I think some of them are plates, flasks. Why are they significant?
Eyona nto ibangela uba kwizitokfel zase-imizamo yomfazi sisebenzise ezi zinto uJohn seke zikhanganyile, ii-enamel dishes, iimbiza, ii-plates, iingubo, amacephe. Uba niyaqaphela zonke ezi zinto ndizikhankanya apha zizinto ezisetyenziswa emcimbini. Ngobe ndiqala ucacisa ngeimizamo yomfazi ndithe injongo yayo kukubuyisa isidima kumuntu ongumama. Thina kwaXhosa sikholelwa into yoba uba ungumntu ongumama ongenamizamo uyafana noba awungumntu ongumama. Ithi ke islogan seimizamo yomfazi, umfazi ubonwa ngemisebenzi. So imisebenzi yakho njengomntu ongumama ithi kuzigqame okanye ibonakale xa sinezi gatherings zabantu abangomama phaya ekhayeni. So uba ngaba awusebenzi wena, awukho kwizitokfel, awunanto ozoyibonisa abantu abangomama eziko xa kuphekwayo, awunanto ozoyibonisa ifemeli xa kuhlelwe kudityenwe, then sikuthatha ngoba ungumama ongenamizamo. So ezi zinto sigalelelana ngazo, ezimbiza nezi zitya zingumboniso wento yobana njengoba ungumntu ongumama ukhona kule family utshatele kuyo okanye kowenu, ubonakalisa imizamo yakho, ubonakalisa amandla akho as umfazi. So ezi zinto sizikhethileyo yindlela yokuziveza ubufazi bakho namandla wakho njengomntu ongumama. So yiyo ke lento sikhethe ezo zinto ke John.
Okay, so what Unati was saying is that the enamels, the flask, and the cutlery, especially the enamel dishes, they play a huge role in our culture, which is amaXhosa from the Eastern Cape. So when they serve and the people from the community, whenever they have those gatherings, it helps as a woman. It kind of gives you a pride because now you have something to show to these people and you have something to serve them. I think we know that when you go to a gathering, when you are not served with a good plate, you cannot enjoy even the dish. So it plays a huge role with the Hair Stokvel that a woman must come and be proud that, you know what, I'm hosting you. So therefore, these are the things that I will show pride in hosting you in the community event that you'll be, not community, traditional, that you'll be having at home. So basically, as a woman, it gives them pride because it holds a very, very significant role in the culture as well.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. On the note of enamel plates, that was also something that Esther can speak about a little bit more probably, but in our arts exhibit last year for Future Money, enamel plates were a really big part of that. And that's something that we definitely took away from the interviews, just the importance of linking to culture and ceremony as well. Esther, while you're here, I wanted to ask if you could share a little bit about what are your earliest experiences with Stokvels or village banking, and how did you sort of find your way into this project?
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good question. And I also just want to emphasize that we're also living in a transition society where we're moving from not being on technology and technology taking over everything, and now we're seeing village banks going online. And I think that's something, Prudence, I would like you to talk about shortly, where you're building an application or envisioning an application of what does it look like to put technology and use tools to ensure that you're able to transfer money safely, even when you don't know the people you're village banking with. As for me, from my context, being from Lusaka, Zambia, I have seen the opportunities that village banks have had. And this is something very interesting that I think Prudence paper also touches upon, is that it's a very unique way of informal banking. Even though it's very informal, it has been recognized by the governments, but at the same time, when interest comes in, people do not pay taxes on it. So it's still very fluid in terms of the profits that are made through village banks. And I think, Prudence, I'll pass it to you. You were trying to prototype a tool where you could put village banking on an application. And you're also trying to see how this could work with different village banking communities you're working with. Could you share more about that?
Okay, thank you. So in my country, Zambia, the concept has really grown such that in certain provinces, you would find that you would have like over 1,000 groups. For example, in the northwestern province of Zambia, statistics said there were like over 1,000 groups that are doing village banking. And then now, if you look at all the 10 provinces that we have in our country, and also being in the capital city as well, this concept has just mushroomed and just gone to a different level. And looking at where it started from as a rural concept, has now gone to the urban, so it's being done both ways. So I thought it would be best to come up with a platform to help both the rural and the urban people to be able to use it, seeing the challenges that both face. Because when we talk of maybe people in the urban, they also have issues like they would deposit money in a bank account, and then maybe when they're sharing out or when people are borrowing, they have to send in between different bank accounts. So there's some downtiming there, mobile challenges with mobile service providers, sometimes internet as well, fees as well, because let's say I send you $1,000, you're going to be charged for that as well. You won't really get $1,000. So all those issues have raised concerns, because somebody will say, hey, I'm borrowing $1,000, but I'm charged maybe $50 for withdrawing the money. So how do you expect me to give back $1,000? I'm supposed to give back $950. So those are issues that have also been of concern. So I thought coming up with a platform that will help these groups get on board using the blockchain technology, and these e-payments could be done swiftly in between these groups with having to minimize some of these financial risks, to minimize the trust issues, to minimize all these issues that I had spoken about earlier. So we had started with a group of friends at the university where I work. We had started working on this project, but due to some challenges that we faced, it was sort of like archived for a bit, but then I took it up again. And I'm still working on it, because village banking in my country has really taken a very interesting turn. It's not just about investing monies now anymore. It's even about, we've seen groups coming together to do a village banking group, maybe let's say of buying each other property. So they'll agree and say, okay, maybe let's all contribute $10,000 each, and let's buy maybe a friend property, maybe let's say worth of $5,000. Others that would do it for cars, meaningful things. Others would team together and say, let's start a fish farming project. Others that would say, let's start maybe a peanut butter making project. So it's more of investment now in my country, other than just saving. Of course, the saving part is also good because you profit twice, or you win both ends, that's the way I call it, because you get to save your money, and your money is borrowed and brought back with a particular interest that a bank cannot even give you. At the same time, you also get to use other people's money, invest it into a business of your own, and make profit out of it. So if you play the cards right, you would see yourself winning on both ends. So we're trying to come up with an application that is going to be able to bring on board all these groups so that we could just help them transact, freely, reducing the risks, enhancing security, so that we see more of empowerment. We get these testimonies in our country, other than just having to see youths, especially, and the women trying to wait on government for funding and all that. So I just thought, let me start working on a platform that could help just alleviate some of these challenges.
I really love what you just shared, because when we look at blockchain and how it's decentralized, the same with village banking, what we see is that it also has a very historical root, whereby people from our communities who are under the oppression of colonialism used this bringing together of things to ensure resilience and that their families survive. So this is a culture that has survived through history and is still changing. And I think bringing it to light and applying it to technology will be really empowering, but also a way to show that we have had a decentralized way of banking, a way that includes financial well-being, without it being about individual benefits. And I'll bring it back to you, John Adam, because you wanted to include stories from Kailicha, a township. And so we had stories from Lusaka, where I'm from Eastern Cape. So what was your tie to South Africa, and why did you want to include this specific township?
Yeah, thank you, Esther, and thank you, everybody, for sharing all of that. Yeah, as you can probably hear from my accent, I'm not South African. I was born and raised in Canada, but I had an opportunity to go to South Africa for the first time as a teenager on an exchange program, and I lived in Kailicha for 3 months, which is a township. It's the largest township in Cape Town. Stayed with a family there and lived with other South Africans over that period, and had such an amazing experience being able to meet people from all around Kailicha, understand what their lives are like on a daily basis. And that's inspired me throughout my life in various ways, both in studies and professionally. And I enjoy learning the language a lot. So yeah, I think something that really stood out to me in terms of Kailicha is just this emphasis on community, the way that people care for one another, and the way that community bonds are formed and sustained over time. It's unlikely that people who live there are going to be alone for a very long time. People live close together, they spend time together, they know each other's families for generations in many cases. And I think that Stokvels or village banking is really an example of that. Like people taking care of one another, understanding that prosperity or wealth, doing well, it's linked, it's tied. And it's based on also rites of passage or significant moments in people's life from birth all the way to the end of their life. It's like important moments, being able to actually be present and support people through these important points in their life. So those are some of the things that I took away from my experience in South Africa and that always stay with me. And that was sort of an inspiration for us, I think, in terms of how we wanted to go about asking the questions and giving people an opportunity to share their stories. Yeah. We don't have a ton of time left. I would love to be able to see if anybody has any questions in the audience. We have amazing speakers here who have so much knowledge and are doing so much work. So anybody has a question, please raise their hand, and definitely.
Yeah, I think we can take one or two questions.
Yeah.
So before I get somebody throwing something at me, I will say I try and find answers. My job, though, is the person who stops payments moving for preventing and detecting fraud. So as part of that, and how can you help us, is there's lots of assumptions around payment flows. And when you're sending money to an individual, you're assuming that person's income and everything is right. When you're sending it to a village bank that's an informal village bank, aside from the taxation, it'd be great to understand how controls can be put in that enable you rather than preventing you. Otherwise, people will just go, that's not normal, that's being stopped. And you have a problem even bigger.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think it's really about what controls are in place. And it also ties into that question of risk. How do you control and make sure that payments are secure and that people can benefit as a whole?
Yeah, and I think, Unachi, you'd be the perfect person to answer that because you have groups of village bank. You mentioned you're managing 700 people, and you have in 3 different provinces, is that correct? Yes. So how do you regulate or self-regulate?
Mandiqale kule ndawo. Kwi-Stokvel, that is i-village banking ke. Kwethu i-group indlela esenza ngayo ukwenza uba senze sure uba imali zabantu zigcinakala ngendlela erayithi, akho nto yenzekayo, imali zabantu zisafe, yonke into umuntu if ube bifake imali uzofumana le nto ebethe uyingenela yona kwi-Stokvel. Sinabo abantu esibaqashayo abakwi-offices zethu abenza sure ubana i-bookkeeping yenzeka ngendlela erayithi, imali zabantu zisafe, ukwenzela uba if imali bafake abantu imali kwi-account yekhampani and then xa kufikelela ixesha lobana ngoku kukhutshwa imali for inyanga ethile for ii-ladies ezithile, then we have abantu abasebenzisana nebank abajongayo uba if sizokudistribute this amount of money to ii-ladies, then sinabo abantu abenza lo msebenzi. That is why sine-offices zethu ezinabantu abaqeqeshelwe uba bakwazi uncedisana nezi-Stokvel. So yonke into yethu siyenza ngokwasencwadini. We have indlela isystem esisebenza ngayo. After umuntu ejoinile afumane forms asayine, after esayinile then siyayazi ba i-payment dates zakhe zithini. After efake imali, we know if i-last day ye-payment is 7, then nge-8 yonke imali iyadistributwa to ii-ladies ezi-different. But we make sure into yobana each and every money engene kwi-account yase-imizamo yomfazi ngedate yoba ii-ladies zonke funeke zifumene from ezi provinces zi-different, bonke bayayifumana la mali. But we make sure into yoba before sithatha umuntu simfake kwi-Stokvel sethu bayaqale basayine ii-documents, because asikwazi usebenza ngetrust qha, funeke kukho namagqwetha involved esenza sure uba yonke into yenziwa ngokomthetho.
Okay, so what Unati says is that she has people who are doing bookkeeping for her. Even though we are dealing with money, she will not rely only on bookkeeping. So she trains people and she makes sure that the cycle of the money is well analyzed. And also she has, she works with the legal team that helps her to make sure that everything is monitored, so that even though people works with her in the impression of trusting her and trusting the business, but also the legal side advises her on how to do everything and allocate money to these ladies.
Perfect. Do you have a final question?
I would want to come in a bit.
Yeah, go for it.
Just to help a bit, like in Zambia, what happens is they have people they call a guarantor. So if I'm going to bring you onto a group, I should know you very well. I should explain to you the concept. You should mean business, such that I would tell you, please do not disappoint me. When you come onto when you come onto this group, mean business. That's why I said it's all about investment. So what happens is that I would bring you to a group and I would be your guarantor. So each time you get money in a situation that you default, I should be able to save you. So sometimes it's done right, sometimes it's done wrong, because you may take me for granted and put me in problems. So those are some of the things that we've had to experience. In other groups, they would want surety. they would ask you to, like, if you borrow a certain amount of money and they know the risk is high, they'll ask for a surety. Maybe they would say, can you give us papers, a title deed of your land or your car, something they know that when they hold on to, peradventure you don't pay, they're going to sell your car or they're going to sell your land. So those, those ways have sort of minimized, the risks, and at least they know they've got something to fall onto. But if at all it really fails, this is the legal system that Unati is also talking about. You find people going to court, involving the police and all that, But really the fraud aspect is usually looked into, and most of the time surety, especially, or a guarantor. So if you say you're going to be a guarantor to somebody else, be ready for the consequences. Yeah, that's how it's done. Thank you.
Sure, thank you so much. Are there any other questions? I do have one. We're pretty much at the end of our time here, unfortunately, but we would love to know how people can support your work, to learn more about your work that you do. So we would really like to hear from both of you on that. Thank you.
Indlela abantu abanosixhasa ngayo kulo msebenzi siwenzayo wase-imizamo yomfazi ukuba bangasincedisa okokuqala kwii-events zethu. Thina njengoba sisithi injongo yethu kufight i-depression, each and every month banee-events kwi-different provinces. Imizamo yomfazi this year ina 780 something, I think it's 82 or 84 ladies ezikhoyo currently egroupini, and siyathatha already for 2025. But into esiyenzayo ke ngoku okwangoku for kuba sisithi silandela le njongo yokule depression, siba nee-events each and every month esizenzayo apho si-invite khona i-psychologists, si-invite oopastor, si-invite bonke abantu abanento okwenza nokufight i-depression. So xa sisenza i-event siye sibe nezinto esithi sizidinge khona ukuze i-event iqhubekeke ibheke phambili. Mhlawumbi izinto ezinjengoba kuhayarishwa ivenue, kuthiwe make sure uba abantu batyile kwi-event, ubhatale i-guest speakers, yonke laa nto. So zii-challenges esithi sizifumane. And nanjengoko sisitsho sisithi injongo ye-imizamo yomfazi kukula i-depression. Thina njengoba mna ndiyifounder yase-imizamo yomfazi ndidinga abantu abazawuba khona kwi-office for ukwenza i-counselling. Aba bantu bathi thina we have this problem, but asi-afford yobhatala i-psychologist. So because sisebenza ngabantu thina abasuka kwiindawo ezabantu abangaphangeliyo abangenamali, so siye sibe nale challenge yoba abantu kwi-community zethu they don't have money uba bayobhatala aba bantu i-therapist yonke laa nto. So beza kum for uzofumana uncedo, but ndibe mna ndingekho well trained for ubana ndibacebise kwindlela yokulwa i-depression. So uncedo esilidingayo loloba if we can have abantu abanokwazi ukusincedisa khona ukuze sikwazi uba sibe nabo abantu abazakwenza i-one-on-one counseling sessions for aba mama banengxaki yokulwa i-depression. And nangoku i-event yethu elandelayo inge-9 kaNovemba izawube iseJoburg. So siye sibe nee-challenges zokuba nje uba senze i-event ibe yimpumelelo iqhubekeke ibheke phambili. Nazo ke izinto esiye sithi sidinga uncedo kuzo.
Okay, so Unati was saying the way that you guys can support imizamo yethu is by imizamo yabafazi. It is to make sure that you guys can come and attend in these events, probably in Joburg, Cape Town, or in the Eastern Cape. And also, if you know anyone who'd love to go and come and be a guest speaker, they go there and probably give some sort of advices to these women, because some of them are depressed and she's not trained to do that.
Brilliant. Okay. Well, with me, I have a team that I'm working with in my country. And so, we're welcoming most of the people that are maybe tech-based or even non-tech-based. And we're looking for resources as well, so people that are interested in this venture, because we've seen that the rewards are huge, the rewards are great. I'm a beneficiary of the same, so that's why I'm promoting it, because I have seen it work for me. Apart from being an academician, a software engineer, the other things I do is farming. I'm interested in farming and real estate. So much of my participation in village banking groups has been to invest. I've been buying land, property, and all that, and I'm seeing the rewards because land is non-wasting. So every year is adding value. So we're calling on all stakeholders that are interested or that would be interested. We are willing to share, and we're just willing to work with anyone on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're wrapping up, so you can follow our work on Future Money awardees on the Interledger website. Thank you so much for your attention and for taking time. Thank you.
I just want to add as well that if you want to learn more about the project that John and Esther implemented, we also have a podcast episode that was done where they were interviewed by our program officer, Lawil. So you can find out more as well. It's also on the Interledger website. So thank you both, and thank you Prudence, Unachi, and Alorna for translating. We do appreciate you guys.
Oh yeah, Prudence has a link to her paper, you can find it.
Got the slides. Sorry. Thank you so much, everybody. Much appreciated.
I don't know. It's disconnected.
Moving into our final session for today. I see some of the panelists, but I'm not seeing the moderator. He'll be right back. Okay, no problem. All right, so I think the afternoon sessions, what we've seen is that we've been hearing from members within our community. Aiden, who is a current ambassador, did the parliamentary perspective early on today, and then we have past grantees just now give us an update on the project that they've implemented. And now we're gonna have Aiden again, and this time he'll be talking about an initiative that he is driving, which is the development of a dynamic coalition on digital financial inclusion. And he'll be joined by Jeremiah Lee, who is also a past ambassador at ILF, Caroline Sinders, Smriti Parsher, who is a current ambassador, and of course, Aiden Furderline, who you guys have met earlier today. So I invite you guys to come on stage.
Well, hello everyone, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today for this session where we are going to introduce you to the work of the Dynamic Coalition on Digital Financial Inclusion. And just by way of background, so you know what this initiative is, in May of this year, we had chartered a working group, an intersessional working group of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum, where we have a mandate to explore open interoperable payment protocols and what this could mean for the future of the internet for 2030 and beyond. And to help me unpack all of this, I have several panelists to my left. We have Caroline Sinders, Jeremiah Lee, and Smriti Pashira. So thank you all for joining us. All three are members of the Dynamic Coalition. And if it looks like we are a bunch of Interledger insiders at the moment, of course it is true. We do have some knowledge ourselves of what the Interledger protocol is, but our broader mandate is to take that message to another community, to the community of the Internet Governance Forum, But before we can do that effectively, we need to, amongst ourselves, have some alignment and agreement on what those messages are that we want to be sharing elsewhere. So to kick us off, I'm going to put the first question to Caroline, if you don't mind, which is essentially, what progress has the Dynamic Coalition on digital financial inclusion made so far? We are new. We've only been meeting for around 3 months now. Nonetheless, where are we at?
Yes, thank you so much for that. I think we've made quite a bit of progress, but one of the sort of more important areas I think we've been focusing on is really taking a concerted effort to think about what is this sort of substantial definition of digital financial inclusion. And I want to read from a few different quotes that members have provided. I think our time on creating this definition really speaks to the care of the coalition as well as our diversity in terms of how we're creating this nuanced definition. So one member describes digital financial inclusion as, quote, financial inclusion must be deeply associated with financial empowerment. Otherwise, it becomes merely a tool for connecting people to hegemonic financial services, when our true goal is to connect them to opportunities. One category of financial empowerment is giving people access to their own financial institutions. I mean, literally transforming the ownership structure of financial providers from mega banks to credit unions, cooperatives, mutual savings initiatives, or institutions, and community-based organizations. This can be designed at the neighborhood, township, or community level and structured in a federated way as seen in Switzerland or Germany, or through credit unions where people from similar walks of life come together to share resources. Another member also brought up privacy being key to this definition. Quote, for me, financial inclusion means that people can participate in financial systems without having to sacrifice their own personal privacy. Privacy commissioners have not adequately addressed the myriad of payment systems, end quote. But this also doesn't cover the sort of extent of the conversations we've had with what are the different barriers to even traditional banking? What are some of the barriers that current underserved communities are facing in terms of banking? And how can we also have this definition take that into account, especially as we think about some of the predatory nature of traditional banks, a loss of trust that a fair amount of marginalized and vulnerable communities face with traditional banking, et cetera. And then lastly, I just want to share one more quote. While this isn't directly related to digital financial inclusion, but one of our members raised this in terms of interoperability and this notion of how moving money has so many social ties to it. It might be technically easy as sending an email, but it's not as socially easy. And I really, really love this quote. Interoperability is crucial and common standards are necessary to make it happen. However, there's a conceptual issue that needs clarification. The Interledger slogan, simple, email as simple, is elegant, but not a perfect analogy. Well, email represents the transmission of data. Money is far more than a mere data point or registry on a blockchain. Money is a social relationship. It's not a natural phenomenon, it's a social construct built by society, configured through a hierarchical structure that includes the double entry point accounting system of assets, liabilities, debts, and credit. When you transfer money, you're not simply moving data, you're transferring a series of complex relationships. And I thought that that was just also really beautiful thinking about, again, this sort of care and nuance that we're bringing to the coalition.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Caroline. And just by way of background, in terms of the modalities of participation for the Dynamic Coalition, I said before, rather flippantly, that at the moment it looks like we're a bunch of Interledger insiders. However, we are actually bringing in outside experts on all of our calls. We are meeting twice a month virtually at this point in time. We'll also have a face-to-face meeting later in this year as well. But we are consulting with outside experts, and the goal ultimately is to produce a piece of research that is evidence-informed and sound. And so I want to be very clear about that. And the interviews, the expert interviews that Caroline was just quoting from, are part of those discussions that we've had and the insights that we've been able to draw together so far. I'm going to put the next question to you, Shmriti, which is, how does your work in India align with the goals of the Dynamic Coalition? And why do you believe that this coalition is important for global digital financial inclusion?
Thank you. Thank you for having me in this conversation and in the coalition. I'm going to start by congratulating Aidan on all the excellent work he's done in terms of putting together the coalition, organizing the meeting, getting this conversation going. It's been fantastic. To get to your question, I think I'm seeing this coalition and at least the work that's happening right now. Is there an echo as I speak? Is it okay? Okay. Okay. I feel that the important thing in the conversation, the way it's being framed right now, is this, the shared understanding and the shared vocabulary that we are developing around questions of what does it mean to be financially included or excluded. And I think it's particularly important, given the two sessions that we saw in the stage before this, the idea of, very often when people think about technology or regulation, people are thinking about this being a one-way transmission of knowledge, very often from the West into the developing world. But clearly in financial inclusion, that's not the case, because the development, a lot of the innovation is happening in the Kenyas, in the Indias, in the Bangladeshs of the world. So in that sense, this common vocabulary, developing a shared understanding, is critical to what we are doing, and I think it's the contribution of the Dynamic Coalition. To answer how it connects with my work, I think part of it is linked to my work with the foundation itself, my project, which is about understanding, what are the metrics of understanding what leads to inclusion or exclusion in particular contexts. And I think there are a couple of ways to look at it. One is, of course, on the supply side, questions of, availability of networks, availability of digital infrastructures. On the demand side, it's questions about digital literacy, skills, trust in the ecosystem. And then, of course, there is the regulatory angle that we've been hearing from the parliamentarians about how do we bring all of this together within a regime that, inspires trust. There's consumer protection, there is, checking fraud. So I think those are the kind of lessons that the Dynamic Coalition can enable sharing. And finally, a lot of my work, and this may not be the most popular opinion in this community because it's full of technologists, is a little bit of humility around what technology can and cannot achieve, and that intersection between what happens when technology hits the realities of society and the structural barriers there. And I think that's, again, where we need to be thinking in the medium term with the Dynamic Coalition.
Thank you so much. And just to flag that we want to keep this session as participatory as possible. So in a few moments' time, we will invite questions from the floor. If you would like to challenge anything that we're saying, challenge from the definitions that we've shared, bring in additional insights, and we will certainly take your feedback back to the Dynamic Coalition. But we also welcome your questions to us as well about digital financial inclusion. Now, Jeremiah, you have, I would argue, more technical expertise than anyone else on this stage. So I think you might be best placed to answer this question, which is, how can interoperability, whether it is between financial institutions, whether it is between other platforms, whether it's between governments, how is interoperability able to help address the issue of digital financial exclusion?
All right, so I might be a little more technical than the people on the panel, but I want to start by talking about the last part, which is the financial exclusion part, because software is not going to be able to fix people problems. It's not going to be able to fix policy problems, and it's not going to be able to fix prioritization problems. So when I think about the exclusion, I really have to start thinking about like the types of exclusion. There's intentional exclusion, unintentional exclusion, and I would say accepted exclusion. So that unintentional exclusion, or intentional exclusion, that could be a prejudice, but very often in a banking system, it's basically going to be like a market, a motive there. Like people in power just choose to exclude. There could also be unintentional exclusion, and this could be the type of exclusion that's an oversight. So maybe it's not having the capacity to be inclusive, or not knowing that there could be other opportunities. And the last part would be the accepted exclusion. And this is where people are very well aware that there is exclusion happening, but the people in charge are not prioritizing that, and everyone else does not have the agency to actually create a change of some kind. Which this, looking at those people things can bring me back to the technology part of the question, which is technology can't fix those particular problems, but what software interoperability can do is basically create the space for innovation to occur. And give a little bit of a longer answer there. I think interoperability, it's the final stage of commoditization in software. So most innovation, it starts out as proprietary, And then you have a group of companies that are providing that service and it becomes a market. And then the last stage of that is commoditization, where it just becomes an accepted norm, an expectation of what someone is offering. So a technology standard is just a bunch of people coming together and saying that this specific kind of value in the market, we are going to deliver it in this specific way. And that standard is what enables interoperability. So it creates the ability to replace one part of a system.
So I look forward to discussing that more. But digital financial inclusion is intertwined with so many UN sustainable goals. So we see a key component, we see this as I would argue, key components of our working group. This includes thinking about eradicating poverty, which is sustainable goal number 1, ending hunger, number 2, promoting gender equality, sustainable goal number 5, fostering economic growth, among others. We also sort of see how financial inclusion plays this implicit role in sustainable goal number 17 by enhancing savings mobilization for investment and consumption, right, which can then drive economic growth. But I would also want to talk about how, as with digital financial inclusion, one of the focuses we, again, come back to are marginalized and vulnerable groups. That includes those facing poverty or financial hardship, women and marginalized demographics and groups, also including emergent entrepreneurs and those seeking to be banked. And again, these as groups, as demographics, come up time and time again in our conversations around how do we center that and make that really the focus of when we're brainstorming, when we're ideating, and when we're coming up with all different kinds of solutions. But also more importantly, we also talk about the human and digital right of privacy. And that also is very much in tandem with our conversations. As one of our members said in an interview, there's no reason for transmission streams themselves to not be anonymous, but they bring up this point that at some point financial inclusion requires identity verification. Without managing identity, you open the door to fraud and crime. Therefore, the front end of systems must involve proper identification, but there also needs to be a fundamental respect for privacy, ideally through human rights impact assessments. And again, from my previous answer, this is something that we actually, one of our members is very much a privacy expert. I would argue all of us have that background, but we are very lucky to have someone like Stephanie Perrin, who I think of as a paramount privacy expert. And again, this is coming up time and time again. How do we center this digital right of privacy to protect individuals as well? Other members have brought up issues like predatory banking, including overdraft fees. How do you move money during times of political unrest when maybe centralized banks or traditional banks do not want money moved, especially out of certain countries or regions? And all these different kinds of frictions that are placed on individuals in times of very specific and poignant need. But also to elucidate this more, I think there's this really great quote also from one of our members that also just talks about even the difficulties and frictions in one's daily life. Who are the ideal consumers that these systems are designed for? It's often not the communities we're talking about. So quote, "The complexity of financial systems raises a critical question. If experts struggle to fully understand them, how can the average person, particularly those that are poor or under-resourced, navigate them? If you're living in poverty, you don't have the time or bandwidth to figure out which system is best for you. There's a clear lack of communication from governments to their citizens and a lack of information at the ground level. People are being pushed to adopt digital financial systems without sufficient public education, and historically there's been little reason to trust these systems. Another concern is technology. Do you need the latest Apple iPhone to use the mobile payments? What if you live in an area with poor bandwidth or only have access to a flip phone? And what about children? They need to spend money too. Are we going to trust them to manage a digital wallet? I have grandchildren and they don't get smartphones until they're 12. If they need a phone for safety, they get a flip phone. They still use coins to buy things, which is common for kids who spend money. They need to buy food and small items regularly, but are they fully prepared for a fully digital system?" End quote.
Thanks. And one of the reasons why we've been trying to link our work so much to the Sustainable Development Goals is, aside from the fact that they are relatively uncontentious and they are ideals that we can all get around, and because achieving digital financial inclusion would support the achievement of 8 or is it 9 of the Sustainable Development Goals, is also because we do not want the work of the Dynamic Coalition to just consist of a report on a shelf that is not read and not acted upon. So we are hopeful that by trying to show that addressing this challenge can result in material change across different elements of society, we can have impact as a working group. So I'll put the next question to you, Shmeti, which is, what are your hopes for the future? What do you hope that the Dynamic Coalition will be able to achieve in the next few years? What impact do you hope it will have? And what role do you see diverse voices and diverse stakeholders having in that future?
Yeah, thanks for that. I think it's really critical, as you said, we're at the early days of the Dynamic Coalition, and of course, by design, we have started small, but in the next 4 to 5 years, where I hope we will end up going is, closer to the IGF's own agenda, the history of the IGF. It started as an initiative to be more and more multi-stakeholder, and that we need to get there, and that means we want a cross-section of stakeholders. We want more technologists in the room, we want more user group, consumer groups, we want parliamentarians in the room, so policymakers. And within those groups, I think it's important to say, to go back to the earlier point that I was making, we need regional diversity within those groups, right? Within parliamentarians, you want someone from the developing world, you want someone from the developed world. Within technologists, you want someone from Google Pay, but you also want that struggling startup person who's, just about trying to launch a new idea. So, and it's not going to be easy to get all of these voices into one dynamic coalition, obviously. And I just wanted to share some experience from some of the other dynamic coalitions that, I have been associated in the past. There's one on net neutrality, there's one on data governance and AI, and one of the things that they have been doing, and a lot of this work is hosted out of FGV University in Brazil, where I've been associated, is to kind of do this annual call for papers, right? So there's one model that we are doing, but in parallel, it could be that, you have a call for papers and you open it out to the public, where anyone from any region can participate, and then at the IGF, you convene and discuss these. And over 4 to 5 years, this kind of becomes like a time series of useful information where in December or November every year, this is how we progress. These were the case studies, these were the good examples and the bad examples. And I think that could be one way to kind of make this more multi-stakeholder and more intra-regional over time.
Thank you. And we also welcome your thoughts on the question of diversity as well, and what diversity looks like. Sometimes we use geography as a rough proxy for diversity, population diversity in general. And in a small working group, I think that can seem logical to seek out participation from different geographies, but diversity is often intersectional as well. And so maybe it is not necessarily as inclusive or as broad as it should be. So we welcome your input there in a few moments when we do open up for questions. Before I do, Jeremiah, difficult question, but we do have a few lawmakers in the room, so I'm going to put it to you, which is, how do you think that governments and regulatory bodies can create a more conducive environment for digital financial inclusion?
There's a number of things they could do. So I would say, first of all, you should go watch Smriti's talk from earlier today, watch the recording, because she gives a really great example of what's happening in India with the UPI system. We can also look at what several different countries and regions are basically following quite a similar pattern. In the EU, we have something called PSD2. The US has a number of different pieces of legislation that are moving in this direction. But yeah, there's a number of key things that I could say, like, if you could make this happen in your country, you're going to set up digital payments for success. The first is that you need to mandate participation. Most of the financial systems are the way they are for a reason. There is a market and a financial incentive to not introduce more change in them than necessary. So as regulators, you have to introduce that change. So I would start with like a mandate that every bank start offering its customers, I'm going to say, free bank-to-bank payments within your jurisdiction. We have a great example of India doing this with UPI that I just learned this morning, has a zero merchant discount rate. The EU is doing something similar, where they're strongly advocating for no-fee transactions up to a certain limit. But you also have to have the pieces of infrastructure in place to do that. And the key thing there is basically a central bank operating a central clearinghouse where every bank is participating and they can actually clear those payments in real time. And it sounds like a big, expensive investment, and it is. But the cost of doing that is going to be less than the GDP increase that you're going to see from having more money actually move inside of your economy. And you're also moving so much of that economy into the light. It's no longer a shadow economy that happens with cash. That introduces the possibility for effectively enforcing your taxation laws. And I think last year at the summit, we saw a really great case study from Jordan on how they actually did that transition over a decade. Another key thing here to introduce competition is increasing the number of financial service provider types, other than just having the one big, giant, really hard and expensive to get banking license. So at a minimum, it's really about having at least electronic money institutions and authorized payment institutions. They have a smaller scope of responsibility, so they don't have to be as heavily regulated. And they still have regulations, of course, but that means that their barrier to get into the market is much less. And you're also diversifying the types of players that can then participate in that market. And all of these are relying on a few other pieces of infrastructure to exist. The first is some kind of digital ID, which you talked about earlier. Preferably it's a digital and decentralized identification system. And this is so that people can prove that they are really themselves. And this is important for inhibiting fraud and criminal activity using digital payments. But it's really about digital attestation that I'm making this payment and it's really me who's making this payment. And that might sound like, okay, now I actually have more visibility on who's making the payment, but it also creates the regulatory option to actually increase the amount of privacy that can be provided in digital payments. If you have the sort of system in place, it allows you to introduce a privacy control where the sender can actually, the payer can retain anonymity because there's full transparency about who's receiving that money. I actually think that would be a great leap forward over existing payment methods, digital payment methods that we have in the world, like the credit card networks. You need broadband internet access, continue those investments. You can't participate in digital payments without those things. And the biggest piece is really the education and the advocacy component. People are not going to just immediately switch over from cash to a digital payment. They're going to have to build trust with that system in addition to learning to use it. And I think we just saw an example. We were discussing this in the Interledger Slack recently. In the Philippines, the GCash mobile payment app has become wildly successful. And they have seen a correlation in the increase of gambling addictions happen that parallels this increase in adoption of digital payments. So these are some people who are getting access to their own money for the first time. There's an element of digital literacy that has to accompany that increased accessibility. So they know how to use these things responsibly and don't get into trouble with them. And I'd also say, there's a lot of things about the GCash app, but I would also say, perhaps don't put mobile gambling in your payment app if you're, as a regulator, maybe don't allow that. So.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, Jeremiah. We do have time to take a few questions now from the audience if you have any questions or comments. And to kick off, it could also be responding to some of the comments that Jeremiah just made there. Also, we would love to hear what you think about what business model innovation is required in order to create an enabling environment for technologies that may displace perhaps those products offered by legacy financial institutions, or just, displace is not necessarily the situation. Of course, solutions can coexist. Are there any questions or comments from the audience on that? I will bring a microphone over.
Yes, tell us about your thoughts for incentives.
The question I had actually was just a response to what Jeremiah was speaking about. Yeah, you mentioned the potential positive effects of mandating involvement in digital payments, but how do you think that could be achieved in a climate where people might be reluctant to participate? The local minibus taxi industry in South Africa has had several attempts to modernize their payment systems using smart cards, and it was rejected by drivers in particular, who did not want to be part of the formalized economy for financial reasons, such as taxation. So how do you get around that sort of negative?
Well, there are a number of things. Actually, could you share what you talked about in India and the required use of it? I think is.
Sure. Yeah, I think there are kind of two sides to it, right? One is how do you suddenly build scale, and very often the governments think that, you know, the way to do it is incentivize or mandate. And one way to mandate that's happened in India is to push towards a zero MDR regime. So unlike credit cards where, you know, you have a 1% to 3% fees that it's paid, in the UPI system, which is the Unified Payment Interface, it's the real-time digital payment system, the government has mandated that there will be zero cost to the merchant of getting onto the system and onboarding them. And now that again has its pros and cons, right? It of course brings a lot of people online immediately, but it is unsustainable in the medium to long run, because eventually if you want a system to work, there have to be incentives in it for people to, you know, maintain the technology, to tackle fraud. And if you're not getting the banks to earn, then, you know, in the medium term, they will lose interest. So there is this tension there. And I see why, you know, we would see it's, you know, the mandate, the idea of paternalism in some way, saying it's for your good and therefore you should come onto the ecosystem. But I guess there are those risks which come with it, especially in regimes which have a tendency to be coercive, or where, you know, the rule of law is not as effective as maybe in other parts of the world.
Yeah, and I would also add on, there are a lot of incentives for digital payments that even the merchants are going to have. Cash is a risk to carry. If you are one of those drivers, you are probably also concerned about being robbed, or, you know, some other activity being taken against you in the transport of that.
Thank you. I had a follow-up as well.
Thank you very much for that. My question is on your definition of digital financial inclusion. As you're doing your research, have you developed indicators that would assist for you to pick all aspects of what inclusion might mean? I'm a human rights practitioner, and I would want to see inclusion from the point of view of informed choice, for instance, having that choice, minimization of exploitation, access to gadgets, access to bandwidth, all of those. So it's not so much inclusion of the different providers as it is inclusion of everyone, because an economy that locks out some, in my view, cannot be celebrated, particularly in the context of the UN SDG rules. So do we have indicators so that you're able to tell us, we think so many people are locked out because of ABCD. If you come to Kenya, we think this region is locked out because of this. I don't know whether you're doing that.
Thank you for the question, Senator Muma. And the short answer is no. We're not developing indicators. Now, that could be one of the recommendations that we put forward. So ultimately, how we envision the work of this working group is that we will not be able to tackle all of these issues alone. However, we will be putting together a set of recommendations tailored to different stakeholders, whether they are governments, whether they are civil society organizations, philanthropy, industry. And so I think it is important to have indicators, and I think they should be developed independently. And so my view is that we should have that call, and then we will take that forward. However, I don't think we as a working group should be responsible for developing those indicators. There are indicators for measuring financial inclusion that the World Bank has, for example. So there are other metrics that we can explore already to see, to some extent, who is or is not included. Taking that a step further to focus on developing metrics for digital financial inclusion, which differs from financial inclusion, is something that I think would be very important. I'm not sure if there's any further comments on the panel.
Mainly just to say that we do have a diversity of participants, but also from areas of expertise. So, for example, I'm a digital rights researcher, and I've spent over the past decade focusing on online gender-based violence and tech-facilitated violence. So one of, let's say, the sort of areas I bring to this, especially in conversations with Aiden, is often thinking about, for example, domestic violence victims and what their experience banking is like. What kinds of coercive control exists in terms of having a shared bank account? How can we sort of bring that experience to, even in a small way, as we sort of expand this definition of digital financial inclusion and thinking about, let's say, the potential benefits of interoperability in blockchain? There is, I would say, a fair amount of benefits of thinking about being able to sort of privately have money and having that access sort of be, let's say, more particularly held on your phone, for example. Some of our clients with my Human Rights Lab have to very slowly partition money out of their shared bank account, right, in very small sums. So this isn't necessarily a total answer to your question, but it's more to say that there is a variety of kinds of specific constraints we are thinking about in terms of how to shape this definition. And that's what I actually think is the strength of our dynamic coalition is taking all of those constraints and concerns and very different user groups, their needs very, very seriously.
And just to build off of that, in case it sounds a little unusual that we're so focused on the definition of this term, it's because we've realized that there are so many different conflicting definitions of what digital financial inclusion means to different people. And so we think it is important actually to tackle that and to understand why there are these differences and to explore what we think should be based upon the definition that we feel comfortable with, recommendations there. And we're trying to put together some work that we'll be able to share out, as well as literature review, to show you what those different definitions are, because they are, of course, influenced by different stakeholders and different interests altogether, some of whom respond to some aspects of inclusion and some which do not at all. Are there any other questions from the audience?
Thanks. I wanted to pick up on a point that Jeremiah made earlier. Sorry. Yeah. Jeremiah, you talked about people proving they are who they say they are. And I think that's a rather surprising idea, because when I use my banking application, I've already proved to my bank who I am, or I couldn't use it. Why would I need to prove to anybody else in the financial system who I am? Wouldn't they just take my bank's word for it? And then I started to think about the inspiring stories that we heard in the previous panel discussion about setting up things from scratch. And it occurred to me that, of course, poor people already have financial institutions. Otherwise, they couldn't get by. They have the kind of financial institutions that we heard about, where people will help each other with savings, with loans, informally, things like that. The problem is that those systems aren't recognized by the rest of the financial world. And maybe a way forward to start with that would be to say there should be clear criteria that would enable a financial institution, however small, to open an account at a central bank, which means becoming part of the financial institution. And once that financial institution is trusted, then it's the fact that it allows its members to transact should be sufficient for the rest of the financial system to take that into account, right? Basically to trust what is said. That's certainly the way, for instance, we operate. I work for the Motor Loop Foundation. We don't want to know what account numbers people have. All we want to know is which institution to ask to pay those people. We're not interested in who they are. We just want to know that there is a financial institution that says, yeah, I recognize Aiden's identifier, whatever it is, might be a phone number, might be a mnemonic, anything. And I will guarantee to you that I will pay him if you send me the money.
Right, so there are two things there. The latter half of having smaller institutions be able to join a central bank and participate as equal members in that, huge fan. Yes, I think that's a fantastic idea. I think the greater diversity we have in the size and scale of financial institutions that are participating in the network, the stronger the overall financial network is. So big +1, I guess, to everything you said there. The first part about digital identity and why do you need to confirm your identity again to make a payment once you've already given that identity to your financial service provider. The primary part about that is for fraud prevention. We've seen that as we make it much easier for money to move, it is also much easier to scam people. And we have like a regulation inside of the EU, which is, in addition, you need to have, you want to make a payment, you need to have something you have that represents who you are with something you know. And if you have all three of those things together, we can have a very high confidence that it's really you who is making that payment and not someone who has stolen your password. Like just relying on passwords is not good enough in this digital era, and not relying on one security mechanism alone is also not good enough anymore. Devices can be stolen. So if someone steals your phone, they shouldn't also steal control of your bank account. There should still need to be some element of something that's in your head and then some other aspect about you to verify yourself. So in the mobile space, these are primarily different biometric features of your mobile device, but there are a number of other tools that can be used there. So that's why. And then the cool thing is, like, once you actually have done those pieces to prove who you are, that's basically saying, okay, I am a legitimate player in this system. You can kind of, ignore the fact that I was the specific person sending the payment, and then the person who's receiving the payment, know about them. They're the ones, they're the ones receiving money that you might want to investigate for fraud or crime or tax evasion or something like that.
Thanks. We only have 3 minutes left, so if there are any further questions, I can take one very short 30-second intervention.
Sure, my question is short enough. How would you aim to convince a marginalized group that may have been burned by a large institution in the past to adopt digital payment technology?
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing
Who
that.
wants to tackle that? How, if someone has been burnt in the past by a large financial institution, how do you convince them to try out a new emerging product? Was what I heard, at least.
That's exactly it, yeah.
I can take a shot. I mean, I think the answer is very difficult. If I knew the answer, I would be sitting somewhere in a regulatory capacity. But I think one way would be to strengthen your consumer protection safeguards. So, to build trust by convincing the person that we now have redress mechanisms that if this were to occur again, there is a way to indemnify you, or there is a quick way for you to get, redress and remedy for the situation. So somehow build trust into that ecosystem so that the person is convinced that's not going to happen again.
Thank you.
Perfect. And to wrap up, I would just ask each of our panelists to share a closing thought on, because we again have some parliamentarians in the room, I just want them to hear some suggestions from you as to actions they could take away from this. If we are, so as a dynamic coalition, we've been exploring some of the barriers to participation and reasons why people feel excluded from financial systems already. They can be infrastructure related, they can be literacy related in multiple senses, in terms of financial literacy, in terms of digital literacy, in terms of literacy around creating your own financial institution, a tier 2 institution perhaps. We've heard economic barriers can be barriers to participation, regulatory constraints. But in terms of really those regulatory constraints that contribute to financial exclusion, what actions would you like to see lawmakers take to address those barriers?
Sure, I think very quickly, and I'm speaking from a very specific space. I just finished up 2 years at the UK Data Protection and Privacy Regulator, the ICO, where I was part of a pan-regulatory group with the Competition Markets Authority, looking at what we call harmful design patterns, or what are often called dark patterns. A lot of these harmful design patterns proliferate inside of things like e-commerce, fintech, and also different kinds of privacy manifestations. So if you've ever seen a cookie banner but found it really hard to reject, that's a harmful design pattern. If you've ever unsubscribed from something and found that you were still subscribed, that is a harmful design pattern. We've also seen the FTC going after this in particular with the announcement of last week, the click to cancel, making it as easy to cancel to sign up. Now these might seem like very minor things. Design is the layer of which all users are interacting with your technology. It's also, I think, a prime area for consumer safety in terms of regulation, but also analysis. So I would love to see more harmful design patterns related regulation that's also specifically thinking about banking, but also new emergent spaces like blockchain. And we're already seeing pushes towards that with dark patterns related regulation inside the EU with the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act. But I think that there's so much more to explore there.
I'll give a software answer for this. There are standards bodies that you can join that are expensive to join, and then just to participate in the creation of those standards, and then when you want to read the standards, they're expensive to just get access to those reports, and then it usually results in proprietary software that is also expensive. We have a different opportunity to create something in the open. So there are a number of different organizations that are here today. Interledger is just one of them. We have been building in the open with a variety of participants. Everything that we are creating is free and open source to use because we believe that the thing that should really differentiate financial service providers is a service that they are providing to the communities where they are in. Please support the openness of those standards, not just in the word open, but like make open source a mandate and make those open standards a mandate so that we can solve this problem collectively instead of every country solving it individually. It doesn't make sense to just keep repeating the same pieces of code over and over and over again when that's not really the hardest problem in this space.
Should I? The time's up.
10 seconds.
Super quick. Okay, I'm repeating a point I made this morning, but I think in payments there is this tendency to, move towards being frictionless, and that's deemed to be a virtue. But I think some friction through regulation is often a good thing, especially when you're in uninitiated user groups, and that's the target. And I think just the fundamentals of going back to the basics of consumer protection, accountability, transparency, redress, I think those are the things we need to think about in the context of payments as well.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for being here today, for your questions, and a huge thank you to my panelists.
And a big thank you to Aiden.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, thank you for our moderator.
Okay, so I'm going to borrow Aiden's term. Thank you to the ILF insiders. So thank you guys for your thoughts, insight, and for interacting with the audience. I know that it's the end of the day and we have the summit party. And we have pretty much 1 hour to be down here so that we can be transported to the venue. So I just want to say today it was a very good day. I think so. I don't know what you think. The conversations were very insightful. And we start tomorrow at 10 a.m. South African time. So you guys should be back here and we will have another fantastic day. Thank you guys and see you tomorrow.